Yes. The witness. Good morning, everyone. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
That's correct, my lord.
Can somebody just see that Ms. Nkabai's microphone is switched on? Mr. Aram, so you're going to break it. Is that fine?
It's fine,
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Morning, Ms. Lombaard. Good morning, mevrouw.
Morning, ma'am.
And how did you sleep?
Heb ik geslapen?
All right.
All right.
Good. Growing up, did your parents tell you about God?
Ik denk dat ik opgegroeid ben bij ik aan alles van God gezien.
That's correct.
That's correct.
What did they say about God?
Maar ik heb er gezien van God.
Van die jaarse zaken die we gepraat.
Kan je hier alsjeblieft?
Van die jaarse zaak.
Ze
zaak.
They told me about God's matter in the Lord.
And you didn't hear the last word?
They told me about the God's matter or God's case.
Okay. What did they say?
Maar ik heb er gezien.
Je moet geloven aan God.
Maar ze niet iemand.
Why do you have to believe in God?
Hoekom moet iemand geloven in God?
Dan je met bad elke ochtend voor je opstaan en voor je gaat slapen.
Because you must pray every morning when you wake up and every night when you sleep.
At school, the teachers, did they teach you about God?
En je gaat bij de school of je gaat bij je God.
Dat is hetzelfde wat de school voor mij geleerd heeft.
And it's the same thing that the school taught me.
And what is your understanding of God?
En mijn verstanding van God.
Zoals ik goed geraakt heb, toen ik goed geraakt heb, wij ouders hebben geleerd, ik heb geleerd op de school, zoals ik gezegd heb voorheen, zorgens voor je opstaan met je bed, en daarvoor je gaat slapen met je weer bed.
As I said before, my Lord, that you have to pray when you wake up and when you go to sleep as well, you pray. And it's so that is what I was taught at home as well.
Are you aware that it is forbidden to lie in the name of God? That's correct.
That's correct.
Are you aware that it is not permissible to lie to God? Ik weet daarvan.
I know about that.
Are you aware that there are consequences if you lie in the name of God? Ik weet daarvan.
I know that.
Thank you, Ms. Lombaard. Ms. Lombaard, I'll take you back to where I stopped yesterday. That's correct.
That's correct.
I stopped at the time you were standing at the corner of Kelly's house. That's correct.
That's correct.
When you were standing at that corner, my client didn't witness that. Is that correct? Dat is correct nie. Dat is niet correct nie.
That is not correct.
What do you mean it's not correct?
Waarvoor doe je dat is correct?
Die tijd wat ik bij Kelly zei staan, toen Stefano moest niet daar nie.
When I was standing in his house, Stephanie was not there.
That's the point I'm putting to you.
That is what they said.
Oké, ik verstaan.
I understand.
I'll use simple grammar. When you were standing at the corner, my client didn't see you. Is that correct?
Ik weet dat ik in de hoek sta, maar ik weet niet wat ik gezien.
Hij was niet daar geweest, nee.
He was not there.
This. When Kelly, as you said before this court, when Kelly got out of the house, my client was not there and he didn't see you.
Als we kijken naar deze gegaan en met Israël was daar met de kerkseis en de kerkseis en eigenlijk voor iedereen gezien.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Let me rephrase my question. You testify that at some point, Kelly got out of her place with Joshlin. Is that correct?
Ik getuig op het stukje naar Kelly begeven en is ingegaan en met Joshlin.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
What I'm putting it to you is that my client was not there. My client didn't witness that. When I say he didn't witness that, he didn't see Kelly getting out of the house with Joshlin.
Mijn cliënt zei, mijn cliënt was in haar hand. Israël moest even zo getuigen dat Kelly de reis is gegaan en Kelly de Joshlin gaan doen. Dan mijn cliënt zei, hij was in haar hand, dat hij het gezien heeft.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Maybe you are mistaking the events. I am not yet where you said you saw him. I am where you said you saw Kelly and Joshlin getting out of the house.
Ik is nog bij die punt waar u zei dat u heeft hem gezien. U heeft hem gezien. Ik is bij die punt waar Kelly uit die huis uitgegaan met Joshlin. Ik is bij die punt.
Dat is correct.
That's correct?
I'm putting to you that at that moment, my client was not there. My client didn't see Kelly getting out of the house with Joshlin.
Ik stel het aan u dat of ik zeg voor u dat mijn cliënt was daar niet en hij het niet gezien nie. Die tijd wat Kelly met Joshlin in het huis het staan.
Hij heeft buitenkant gestaan.
He was standing outside.
In your evidence in chief,
En u is getuigenis in hoop die tijd wat die aanklaer vir u vraag gevra het.
you only saw my client when you went back to Kelly's house for the second time.
En u is getuigenis in hoop, u het my cliënt gesien die tijd wat u weer terug gaan na Kelly's huis toe.
Hij was vroeger was hij daar geweest. Iedere keer dat ik weer naar Kelly's huis toe kwam, toen was hij weer daar zo.
He was earlier there when I was there, and when I went back to Kelly's house, he was there again.
Let us go back to your evidence in chief.
Laat ons teruggaan na u se getuigenis in hoop die tijd wat die aanklaer vir u vraag gevra het.
In your evidence in chief, after you cooked the food for your kids and for Ayanda,
Nadat u kos gemaak het vir u kinders en Ayanda,
this was after 1 p.m.
dit was na 1 uur,
You went to Kelly's place.
u het na Kelly se woning toe gegaan.
You stood at the corner and you listened to the conversation that was inside the house.
U het by die hoek gestaan en afgeluister van die geselskap ook die gesprek wat in die huis gebeur het.
After listening what you listened to, Kelly got out of the house with Joshlin.
Nadat u geluister het of afgeluister het wat gebeur het, Kelly het uit die huis gestap met Joshlin.
He walked across the canal.
Sy het oor die kanaal geloop.
You took the direction to your house, but you stood at the rocks where you hid.
U het regtig geloop na u se woning toe en u by die roete gestaan waar u vir self weggesteek het.
You watched Kelly going towards the gravel area that is opposite the car wash.
U het vir Kelly dophou die tyd wat sy geloop het in die gravelpad op die groep gravelpad wat na die car wash kant toe.
You saw a white polo.
U het 'n wit polo gesien.
This white polo part,
Waar die wit polo gestaan het.
it parked opposite the car wash or closer to the car wash, but on the gravel area.
Hierdie voertuig het geparkeer by die car wash of oorkant die car wash in die gravelpad.
A black woman alighted from the left front side of the polo.
'n swart vrou het uit die kar uitgeklim op die linkerkant by die passasier se kant van die voorkant van die voertuig.
She approached Kelly,
Sy het vir Kelly genader.
and you noticed that she gave something to Kelly.
U het opgelet dat sy iets vir Kelly gegee het.
You noticed that Kelly put this something in front of her pants.
En u het opgelet dat Kelly sit hierdie iets aan die voorkant van haar broek.
They went back to their house.
Hulle teruggegaan na hulle huis toe.
You went to your house.
U het na u huis toe gegaan.
You came back again.
U het weer teruggekom.
You went to the corner, you listened again.
U het by die hoek gegaan en weer daar gestaan en afgeluister.
Your evidence is that after you listened that there was a price of 20,000, you went around the house up until the front door.
En u het gesê, toe u hoor dat 'n prys van 20,000 rand mee, u het omgegaan tot by die voordeur.
While at the front door, that's when now you saw my client.
En by die voordeur, dit is wanneer u my kliënt gesien het.
This is how I listened to your evidence and she.
Dit is hoe ek u se getuienis in hoof gehoor het en geluister het.
In your evidence in chief, you saw my client the second time you went to Kelly's place, not on the first time. When I say second and first, I'm referring to what you've seen.
As ek u verwys na die eerste keer en die tweede keer, nee, ek verwys na u gesien het. U het vir hom gesien die tweede keer wat u daar gaan.
Am I correct?
Is dit korrek?
That's correct.
That's correct.
If what I've just told you now is correct, it would mean what you've just said is not correct.
As ek wat ek u nou vir u sê as dit korrek is, nee, dit beteken wat u nou voor gesê het, dit is nie korrek nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Can I just interrupt? I followed when Ms. Nkabai was going through the evidence in chief. And when this argument went on between Kelly and Putta, Neela was there.
Die tyd was 'n stryery gebeur het tussen Kelly en Putta. Nilo was daar.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And the first time Stevino is mentioned when you came around and he was standing at the door.
En die eerste keer was Stevino se naam genoem was, is die tyd wat u omgekom het en hy was by die deur.
That's correct.
That's correct.
But by then Kelly had already gone across to the polo
Maar op daai
and
stadium
returned.
en by daai stadium Kelly het al reeds by die polo toe gegaan en weer teruggekom aan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now Ms. Nkabai puts it to you, so he wasn't there when Kelly went to the polo.
Can you please repeat that, my lord?
So Stevino was not there when Kelly went to the polo.
Wat die prokureur sê is dat die tyd wat Kelly na die polo toe gegaan het, Stevino was nie daar nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You agree with the court now that when Kelly went with Joshlin to the polo, my client was not there.
So u stem met die hof nou dat die tyd was Stevino, maar die tyd wat Kelly na die polo toe gegaan het, Stevino was nie daar nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just one moment. I've just noticed that Mr. Blow has arrived. So in the event that you're struggling with your voice, we can find a place where you can swap.
My Lord, I think if it's better now to swap, because the more I speak it goes and goes, so.
Mr. Blow, can you just relieve Ms. Pulani to raise the voice? She is struggling this morning. Please.
Thank you, my Lord.
Back in the hot seat.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, so that you don't get confused, I will start my presumption again from the first question.
Sodat ons sien weer mekaar word jy gaan weer van begin af begin. Ek gaan weer van die begin af begin.
When you stood at the corner of Kelly's house,
Toe even van Kelly se staan,
my client didn't see you
my kliënt het nie vir jou gesien nie.
because he was not there.
Want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
When Kelly went out of the house with Joshlin, my client didn't see you. My client didn't see Kelly going out with Joshlin because he was not there.
Toe Kelly met Joshlin uitgaan, het my kliënt nie vir hulle gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie. Hy het nie vir Joshlin gesien nie, ook vir Kelly gesien nie.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. When Kelly was walking across the canal, my client didn't see that because my client was not there.
Toe Kelly oor die kanaal stap, my kliënt het dit gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie. Is dit reg so?
As er nou die tyd wat Kelly na die polo toe gaan, of sy wanneer sy terugkom.
Is the time when she went to the polo or when she came back?
No, the time he was still going to the polo.
Na die polo toe. My kliënt het nie gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
My client didn't see that because he was not there. Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
Hy was daar gewees.
He was there.
You've made your point, Mr. Mkabai. We can move on.
When you went to hide in the rocks, my client was not there and my client didn't see you. Is that correct?
Toe u gaan wegkruip het by die rotse, het my kliënt van my gesien, vir u nie gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
Ek weet nou nie of hy daar gewees het, want ek het was so teruggekom aan Kelly sy self om van Kelly te hou.
Kan jy repeat dat dan?
Ek sê ek het nie vir hom gesien daai tyd nie, maar die tyd wat ek het van Kelly sy self teruggekom om by die rots te gaan staan en van dop te hou.
I don't know whether I didn't see him there, because it was at the time when I came back to watch Kelly.
I'm putting it to you that he didn't see you hiding at the rocks.
Ek sê vir jy, het nie vir jy gesien waar jy weggekruip by die rotse nie.
Ek het by die rots gestaan.
I stood at the rocks.
Whether you were standing, I'm putting it to you, he didn't see you because he was not there.
Maar geen verskil of jy gestaan het of jy weggekruip het nie vir jy gesien, want hy was daar gewees nie.
Ek het daar gestaan.
I was standing there.
My Lord, I don't think the witness is understanding my questions. And I want her to understand my questions so that she can answer correctly.
Well, let me try again. Because when I asked the witness earlier, it was apparent that she only saw him when she went to the door. That's why I said, you've made the point, let's move on.
When you saw the polo. My client didn't see this polo you've seen because he was not there.
Hierdie polo wat u gesê het gesien, my kliënt het die polo gesien nie, want hy was nie daar gewees nie.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
If now my client didn't witness all that you have witnessed, why he was going to be paid?
As my kliënt nie gesien het wat u gesien het nie, waarom sou hy dan betaal word?
Van hy was niet daar geweest, van het gesprek geweest.
He was there during this arrangement or us talking.
In die tijd wat Kelly voor Boeta gezegd heeft van die zich gehaald.
And the time when Kelly said to Buddha, here's the money.
I'm going there. I'm going there. I'm just asking you regarding this piece of evidence. You have witnessed a lot. You have done a lot which my client didn't witness or didn't do. On this piece of evidence, why he has to be paid?
U het 'n paar goedere vir opgesê wat jy gesien het, wat jy gehoor het. My kliënt het daar nie kennis daarvan nie. Kom so daarop sou jy dan betaal word daarvoor.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
Why he was going to be paid more than you were paid?
Hoekom sou jy meer betaal word as u?
Ik weet het.
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense.
Dit maak nie sin nie.
You've been seeing things, you've been following things, you've been hearing things which he didn't hear, which he didn't do. Why now he is overpaid?
U het goedere gesien, u het goedere waargeneem, u het van goedere gehoor. Hy het dit gedoen nie, maar hoekom gaan hy meer geld kry?
Do we have a comment on this?
Enig kommentaar?
Zoals ik gezegd, hij was daar geweest aan die gesprek in die tijd wat Kelly van Boeta zijn liefde jou die Sangoma regeren. Toen was hij al reeds daar geweest.
As I said, my lord, he was present when Kelly said to Buddha, here's the money from Sangoma, and during this conversation he was there.
En die deur was open geweest, hij bij die deur gezet bij de kant.
The door was open, he was sitting at the door on the outside.
I'm still going there. Now you came back from watching Kelly.
Hier kom nu terug van waar u vir Kelly gaan doppen word.
When Sergeant Kobese testified in court
Toe Sergeant Kobese sy getuienis voor hom verlê het
about Tsitsi Ratsitsi, I got confused of the map and of the streets of Tsitsi Ratsitsi.
toe hy getuig het, het ek 'n bietjie deurmekaar geraak met die legkaart in die strate van Tsitsi Ratsitsi.
And as a result, during break, I discussed a possibility of inspection in loco with my colleague, Mr. Ramsey.
Hierna ons gebreke het ek moontlik gepraat met die Ramsey en ons weer op die plek gaan besoek inspeksie hou.
Coincidentally, when the court resumed on that day, the issue of an inspection in loco was raised.
Toe ons daarvoor gepraat het, die punt van met inspeksies hou, dit word het opgebring.
We attended an inspection in loco.
Ons is daarheen.
Measurements were taken of the interesting points.
Afstand tussen verskillende goeie interessante plekke was geneem.
One of the measurements that were taken is the distance from the rocks to the gravel road.
Afstand wat geneem was is van die rotse tot by die grondpad.
Or to the Ryland middle post.
So that's the tar road. That's Middle Post Ryland. That's the tar road.
The tar road after the gravel road, the tar road between the gravel area and the car wash.
Yeah. That's Middle Post Ryland.
Yes. Now, my learned colleague has asked you to describe this woman you saw alighting from this polo.
U was gevra om hierdie dame te verduidelik wat van die polo afgeklim het.
And you described this woman
U het 'n beskrywing van hierdie vrou gegee
as a black woman
as 'n swart vrou
who had white dots on her face.
met sulke wit sprikkeltjies in haar gesig.
You demonstrated before this court where these dots were on the face of this woman.
U het dan gewys waar hierdie sprikkels sou wees in die vrou se gesig.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
In your description,
In die beskrywing
you further mentioned that this woman was wearing a belt on her forehead
u het verder gesê sy het 'n band op haar voorkop gehad
That's correct.
and was having a headgear on top of her head.
en 'n doek op haar kop gehad.
That's correct.
In describing her clothing, you said he was wearing a green dress or a green cloth. You can correct me on that.
Toe u beskryf van die kleredrag het gesê was 'n groen rok of 'n sekere
Was it a green dress or a green cloth?
was dit 'n groen lap geweest of was dit 'n groen rok geweest?
There was a blouse in a skirt.
Blouse en 'n skirt. 'n Blouse en 'n skirt.
And you showed this court that that blouse was having short sleeves.
U het dan ook gewys dat hierdie kort mouwe gehad het, die blouse.
That's correct.
Yes.
From where you were standing,
Van waar u gestaan het.
can you see the white dots on the face of this woman
Kon u die wit sprikkels op die vrou se gesig sien?
in a distance of the measurements from the rocks as per exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit S, page.
It's on the the page with a key that gave us 91.8 meters.
If my learned colleague
91.8.
Thank you, my lord. If my learned colleague can help and furnish the witness with.
Now we can just put it to her.
Okay.
It's right here in front of me.
Okay. Was it possible for you
Was dit moontlik vir u
to see the dots, white dots, on the face of this woman
die wit sprikkeltjies te sien op die gesig van hierdie vrou
in a distance
in 'n afstand van
91.8 meters?
9.18 meters.
Ik kan gezien het,
Ek kon sien
How?
want ik heb bij die rotsklippen gestaan en gekeken.
because I was standing at the rocks and looking
91.8 distance, 0.8 meters. It's a long distance.
91.8 meter is 'n lang afstand.
Ik heb niet zoveel van de laf gestaan. Nie.
Wasn't that far from them?
And we've been in Tsitsi. We've been to the rocks and to the gravel road. If we are standing at the rocks and look at someone at the gravel road, you cannot be in a position to see the things you've seen.
As 'n persoon byvoorbeeld sou staan waar u was by die rotse tot en waar die grondpad is dit onmoontlik vir 'n persoon om te sien wat u gesê het gesien.
Especially the dots, white dots
Vernaam die wit sprikkeltjies
on somebody's face.
in 'n persoon se gesig.
Soos ik voor u gezegd heb, ik heb niet te veel van de laf gestaan. Nie.
As I said to you, I wasn't standing that far from them.
Miss Lombard, can you see the doors at the back?
Kan u die deure sien daar by die agter?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now, if
That
somebody,
can be 50.
no,
Sorry,
no,
my lord.
no. If somebody would stand at the door,
As 'n persoon byvoorbeeld by die deur sal staan,
Do you think you'll be able to see the white dots on a person's face?
dink u kan 'n persoon wat sprikkeltjies op 'n persoon se gesig sien? Van waar is dit tot waar die deur is en of.
Dit hang ons nou af of het donker is of het nou lig is, meneer.
No, but if it's like outside, if we were outside, I'm just giving you that distance first.
Gee eers die afstand eers.
Nee, my lord.
Now, if I tell you that I counted the panels on my right,
As ek vir u moet sê ek het die panels aan die regterkant getel,
and I would guess 6 meters, might even be less per panel.
ek sal stad 6 meter per panel sal te min wees.
And there are 8 panels.
En dis 8 panels.
That would give you 48 meters.
Dit gee 48 meter.
So the distance that this woman was away from you is almost double that.
As ons nou kyk na hierdie afstand wat u van praat en die grootte van hierdie saal, as dit dubbel die lang afstand.
I didn't say double, almost.
Amper dubbel.
Because double would be 96 on,
Amper dubbel.
just on my guess.
Dis maar net miskatting.
So if you can't see from here to the door, how could you see on almost double the distance?
As u nie kon mooi sien van waar u sit op die deur, hoe moontlik was dit vir dubbel die afstand? Plus minus min of meer dubbel die afstand. Hoe moontlik is dit dat u dit kon sien?
Kan ik zien? Kan ik zien?
Die hobbel weet,
The white
gesien,
dots on
u
the
was
floor.
gesê die bidprikkels gesien.
You were
As it-
pointing to us the other day.
Bidprikkels is
Dis-
nou. Die wat maak vir jou voorbeeld. Hierdie hofsaal. Maar is moontlik dubbel die afstand wat u gesê het die wil gesien. As u nie kan sien tot by die deur, hoe is dit moontlik ook dat u hy daar kon sien die sprikkels in die vrou se gesig.
Zoals ik gezegd, meneer, ik heb niet veel van die roodskilp afgestaan voor Kelly dokter ook niet.
As I said, my lord, I didn't stand far from the rocks to watch Kelly.
So maybe I must just put you in the picture. You know where your house was?
Van waar u is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
There's that passageway behind your house towards where Kelly's house was.
As die gangetjie agter u is na Kelly se huis toe.
Dat is correct.
And if one would walk down that passage, you get a bluish house,
Is die mense na bytjie loop het kyk so blauwige huis,
Dat is correct, my lord.
and then you would get the rocks.
dan kon ons nou die rotse.
Dat is correct.
At those rocks were the rocks that you say you stood by.
Dis die rotse waar u sê u het by gestaan.
Dat is correct.
So I stood at those rocks.
Of het daar gestaan,
And then we asked a police official
police officer was toe gevra
to measure from that spot where I was standing to the road.
dat hy moet afmeet van waar ons gestaan het by die rotse tot by die pad.
So he would get the canal, then the gravel patch,
Dan is dit die grondpad gedeelte.
then the tar road, which is called Middelpos Reilaan,
Dat is het kruis die gepeteerde pad.
Are you still with
Ons
me?
weiland.
Dat is correct, my lord.
and on the other side of that road, that's where Ayanda's car wash was.
Ander kant van Middelpos Reiland was waar Ayanda se car wash was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And that's from where you saw the woman at the white polo with the dots on her face.
Dit is van waar u die persoon gesien het in polo met die wat sprikkels op haar gesig.
Dat is correct.
And you say that wasn't too far.
U sê dit was nie te ver nie.
Dat is correct.
Thank you, my lord. The court has just made an example of the court officer who's standing at the main entrance door, court asked you whether you can see the dots from that face, and you said no.
No, I didn't refer to a face. I said if somebody stood there. Because there's nobody standing there.
That time there was a police officer.
There was a police officer on the other side of the glass door.
Okay. Thank you, my lord. And then the court asked you if someone can stand
As bijvoorbeeld de persoon zou staan
on that direction, pointing to the entrance door of the hall,
naar de ingang van die zaal,
could you be in a position to notice the dots on the face?
zal u die sprekkeltjes op het gezicht kan zien.
Nee, my lord.
No,
You cannot be in a position to notice the dots.
u kan niet sprekkeltjes opletten. U kan niet die sprekkeltjes opletten, opzien.
Is that correct?
Is het recht zo?
That's correct.
The distance that we are making an example with is shorter than the distance from the rocks to the gravel road that is opposite Ayanda's car wash. Is that correct?
De afstand, can you repeat that again?
The distance from the bench to the main door of this hall, it is shorter than the distance from the rocks to the gravel area where this polo was standing.
De afstand van hierdie hof is korter as die afstand van die rots af na waar die popolo so gestaan het. Die saalse afstand is korter as ons so vergelyk met die afstand waar die polo gestaan het en waar die rots is.
Is that correct?
Is het reg so?
Ik kan niet zeggen dat is correct, want zoals ik voor me volgens ik heb niet te veel van Kelly aangestaan. Ik kan gezien dat die vrouw meent.
I can't say to you that's correct. As I said to you, I wasn't standing far from them. I could see this woman.
That is not what I want to hear from you. You must listen to my question. If you don't understand the question, you must tell the court. The court will assist you.
As u my vraag nie verstaan, dan kan u vir hom sê dat of u kan help.
You've just agreed now
U het nou net ingestem,
that if someone can stand
as bijvoorbeeld 'n persoon sou staan
at the entrance door
in die ingang van hierdie saal,
of this hall, you cannot notice the dots
u sal
on
nie
his or on her face.
u sal nie 'n persoon sprekkeltjies op 'n persoon se gesig sien nie.
Now my follow-up question is that
En daar volgende vraag is,
if you agree on a shorter distance like this,
as u nou saamstem in so kort afstand,
it would mean you could not have noticed the white dots on the face of this woman in a distance from the rocks to the gravel area that is opposite Ayanda's car wash. That is my question to you.
as u sou sê, u kan nie persoon sien van waar u sit tot by die ingang. Dat is onmoontlik dat u so gesien het in 'n afstand van waar die rots is tot by die grondpad waar Ayanda's car wash was. Dis onmoontlik dat die sprekkeltjies so gesien het.
My lord, zoals ik gezegd heb, ik heb niet veel van die boodschap gestaan om voor Kelly op te houden. Ik heb niet te veel gestaan. Ik kon gezien dat die vrouw me niet dood zoals op haar gezicht.
As I said, my lord, I didn't stand too far. I was standing where I could see the lady with the dots on her face.
You are not going to confuse us. That was not your evidence before this court that we are not too far. Your evidence before this court is that you stood at the rocks.
U het getuienis gewees dat u nie te ver gestaan het nie. U het vir hom gesê u het by die rotse gestaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
I'm putting to you that
Ek stel dit aan u,
you were standing at the rocks,
As u by die rotse sou staan het,
watching someone who
kyk na
was
iemand of iemand dophou
at the gravel area that is opposite Ayanda's car wash,
by die grondarea oorkant van Ayanda se kawas,
you could not have noticed white dots on her face.
u kon nie wit prikkeltjies op die persoon se gesig sien nie.
Ik heb die dossels gezien.
I saw them, the dots.
Were you using binoculars?
Het u verkykers gebruik?
Nee, my lord.
Okay, you've covered that point. Let's move on.
I further put to you that
Stel het verder aan u,
from the distance of 91.8 meters,
in 'n afstand van 91.8 meter,
you could not have noticed
u sou nie kon oplet
a belt worn by this woman.
die band wat so gedra was deur hierdie vrou nie.
Ik kon gezien het.
I could see.
I further put to you that
Stel het verder aan u,
in that distance
in daardie afstand
of 91.8 meters,
van 91.8 meter,
you could not have noticed
u sou nie kon oplet
that the said woman
dat hierdie vrou
was having a headgear on her head,
dat sy doek op haar kop gehad het.
Ik kan gezien het.
I could see,
because if you could not see someone who's standing in this distance from you to the entrance of this hall, if you cannot see the dots on the face of that person, common cause, you cannot see in a longer distance.
as u byvoorbeeld nie 'n persoon se gesig kan sien of die persoon se prikkels op die gesig het nie, in die afstand van hierdie saal, is dit onmoontlik dat u in daardie afstand van 91.8 meter die prikkels op die persoon se gesig gesien het.
May I, in all fairness to the witness, just ask, the witness has never seen the photographs of this inspection in loco. In other words, Exhibit S. I hear what the cross-examination has revealed.
Well-
Her answer continuously is, it wasn't that far. I wasn't standing at that far distance. Is it possible that
Yes.
she could perhaps show which rocks, if she can? I'm just asking.
Absolutely. You can see the rocks on Exhibit S if you can pass it to the witness. Photo 12. And there one can see the blue structure that I referred to earlier. That's first just to identify the rocks. If somebody can show it. Can you see, Ms. Lombard, photo
Kan u wel
12?
sien op plat op foto 12?
There's the blue structure and there are the
blue
rocks.
structuur,
Dat is correct, my lord.
And those are the rocks you're talking
as dit die
about.
rotse wat u van praat.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Turn to photo 19 and photo 20.
19 en 20.
Are those the rocks?
Is dit die rotse?
Aan die andere kant, meneer, daar is nog rotsen. En bij foto 19 is daar nog rotsen aan die andere kant van die hoop. Aan de achterkant van die blauwe hoekje.
Oh, behind the blue structure.
Dat is correct, my lord.
There are other rocks behind the blue structure, my lord, as witness says. Witness pointed at photo number 19, using a right hand as like on that side, at the back, at the side of this blue structure.
Okay, so we're talking about different rocks then.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Van verskillende rotse.
But be that
Just a moment.
okay. Thank you, my lord.
Can you, whilst we at the photographs, let's turn to photo 15 and 16.
15, 16. Wow.
Whose house is that?
You say it's a D.
15 is Ayanda.
Sayanda says,
I know that. Just wanted you to confirm it.
okay.
So, photo 14, that's the back of Ayanda's house.
Foto 14 is die agterkant van Ayanda's huis.
Is it the back of Ayanda's
Dit is die
house?
agterkant van Ayanda's huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Good. So if the rocks that you are now referring to, that's not close to Kelly's house then?
Die rotse wat u van nou melding gemaak het, dis nie naby Kelly se huis nie, is dit?
Dat is so naby huis, meneer.
Not that close, my lord.
Tussen die Blue House en die paadjie.
Between the blue house and this path,
Aan die achterkant van die blauwe huis.
at the back of this blue house,
If you can turn to photographs 60. I'm just trying to see whether the witness can show us where the rocks are that she is referring to. Photograph number 60.
60.
Yeah, 60. We walking there.
Hier stap ons, soos Hof sê.
So that we now on our way out towards the gravel patch because that's where we parked.
Dit is nou pad van waar die kar geparkeer het na die grondgedeelte.
You can see rocks. Then photograph 60 and 63 seems to be duplicates.
60 en 63 lyk of dit dieselfde is.
And 62 and 64
62 en
seems
64.
to be duplicates.
Wel voorkom as dit dieselfde stel foto's as.
So if you look at 62 for us,
As dit kan net kyk na foto nummer 62.
there we're walking on the opposite side of the canal.
Daar stap mense aan die oorkant van hierdie kanaal.
No, it didn't say mense.
Ons stap ons.
Because you can see Ms. Nkabai in the picture.
Jy kan Mr. Kabayi aprend sien.
Do you understand that place that I'm talking about?
Verstaan jy die plek wat ek nou van praat?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And you can see rocks to the left side of the photograph.
Jy kan rotse sien op die linkerkant van hierdie foto.
That's correct.
And where you see the police vehicles,
Waar jy die polisievoertuie sien.
That's correct.
that's the gravel patch.
Dit is die grondgedeelte.
En die kant waar die mensen beweegt, die kant was ook nog gewoon gedeelte. Daar het hy gebou van die plaat, van die hok.
Yeah.
Also on the place where the people are working, that's also the gravel patch.
And the car wash is on the opposite side from where the police vehicles are parked.
Die car wash aan die oorgestelde pad kan staan van waar die polisie de voertuig staan.
That's correct, my lord.
Could you maybe, with reference to these photographs that I've shown you, indicate whether one can see the spot where you stood at or close to the rocks?
Kan u moontlik vir ons wys waar u moontlik sou staan as ons kyk met die foto's waar u gewees het na die rotse ook?
On any of the photographs, if it's possible.
Van die foto wat hier so gestaan het, sê die hof.
That's a witness indicates on photograph 62 she made a red indication on the copy of the exhibit that was shown to her. I've marked the exhibit S with a green dot and I made a note, stood here, passing the exhibit around. All right, did everybody see that? All counsel? For the state as well? So now we know that's the spot where you say you stood.
Die merk wat u nog gedoen het is waar nou trouwens kennis as die plek waar u sê het gestaan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's not on the route from your house to Kelly's house.
Dit is nie in die pad op pad van u vanaf u huis af na Kelly's huis toe.
Dat is aan die marl.
It's in the middle,
Dat is in die middelste kant.
like in the middle.
Remember, I showed you earlier on
Ek het u vroeër gewys
photographs that indicate the path.
fotograwe waar
To Kelly's house.
waar die paadjie so gewys word na Kelly's huis.
That's 19, inter alia, it's at 19. But it's clear on photograph 12.
Dit is duideliker op fotograaf nummer 12.
That's the path leading to Kelly's house from your house.
Dis die paadjie na Kelly's huis toe vanaf u huis.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms
The point that you showed us is not on that path.
die punt wat u nou van ons gewys het is in hy paadjie.
Soos ek nou kan verduidelik van meneer is, ek gaan soos die video achterom loop, daar is een pad. Dan kom ek gewys het die merkie, dan kom ek daar uit. Sy kan nie vir my gesien het, ek kon vir haar gesien het, my lord.
As I said, my lord, as I was walking behind this house where I make the mark as well, I walked through there, and then I would come out as to where I went to. I made the mark. She could not see me, I could only see her alone.
So can you maybe show us, if it's possible, on photograph number 12, how you got to that spot?
Kan u moontlik op fotograaf nummer 12 fotograaf wys hoe die tot by die plek uitgekom? Fotograaf nummer 12 kan u vir ons hoe te geloop? Tot waar u so gekom het?
I thought the witness was at photograph number 12. I thought the witness was at photograph number 12. Why are you paging through the exhibit now? That's not the correct album. The one that's on the screen is not the correct album.
My lord, I'm sorry, we don't have it electronically. It was the inspection and protocols that was...
Yeah. Let us use the exhibit, but I'm not sure. I took the witness to photograph number 12. The witness looked at the path, which I thought was the same photograph. But when the police officer came, they were paging through the exhibits. So was she looking at the correct photograph?
She was now on photograph number 12, my lord. She was now on photograph number 12.
No, but why did they have to page through the exhibit?
I wouldn't know which photo she was initially.
When I asked her, was the witness looking at the correct photograph?
Toe die hofie vra, het jy by regte foto gekyk?
By foto 12.
Foto 12,
Ek
ja.
was die foto 12 geweest toe meneer, die polisman het gevat en weer geblaai.
Okay. I can see, no. The witness indicates with a red X. I marked it on my copy with a green X that she went through there. It's at the corner of the blue structure.
Jy het 'n merk gemaak op foto nummer 12 waar u so deur gestap het.
Can I just check, did you stand there at that spot or did you go past that blue house?
Het u by die spot gestaan of het u verby die blou struktuur geloop?
Ik heb om die blauwe hok het ik omgestapt.
I went around this blue structure, my lord. I walked around the blue structure.
Can you go to photograph number 2020?
Fotograaf nummer 20. I am at photo number 20, my lord.
There's a photograph of the rocks. I missed it earlier, taken from a different angle,
Dis nou die rotse soos dan nou van 'n ander kant sien.
where one can see that side of the blue structure, that where she made the cross.
Waar 'n persoon ook kan sien hierdie agterkant van die blou struktuur waar die kruising gemaak het.
There's a policeman standing there,
As 'n polisieman wat daar staan,
and there's a photographer with video camera or something
persoon wat 'n fotograaf
that found
is.
his way into the
Right, so that's
official
the camera.
exhibits. Can you see that?
Kan jy dit sien?
Daar spreekt my Lord.
Yes.
Can you maybe on that photograph indicate to us, now that you say you walked on the side of that building to the back of it, whether you can see the spot?
Kan u nou op hierdie foto uitwys soos u gesê het u daarom gestap waar die spot is.
She's marking right next to the policeman standing with his right arm on his hip, which I again will mark with a green cross on photograph number 20. Yes. All right, now that we all orientated as to where the witness says she stood, Ms. Nkabai, you may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. I will start with photo number 62.
Ons gaan begin by foto nummer 62.
I'll go to your pointer there.
Waar u die punt gemaak het.
Tell me, where is your house in relation to where you've pointed?
Waar is die huis in vergelijking met hierdie punt wat u gemaak het?
My huis is in die voorkant van die rotsen.
My house is in the front part of the rocks.
To the left or to the right of the mark
Na
that
die
you made?
Na die linkerkant of regterkant van hierdie merkie wat u gemaak het. Van die merkie wat u gemaak het, sou u aan die regterkant of die linkerkant sit.
Your house, is it to the left or to the right of the mark that you made?
Die merk wat u gemaak het, sou u aan die regterkant wees of die linkerkant. Kyk na die merkie.
Aan de rechterkant, my Lord.
On the right hand side, my lord.
As you look at the photograph,
As ons kyk na die foto.
Nee, my Lord, aan die linkerkant, sorry, my Lord.
No, on the left hand side. Sorry, my lord.
So you don't know where your house is in relation to what you've pointed.
So u weet nie waar u is as in verband met u nou uitgewys het.
Ms. Nkabai, remember she said to the right, and I can see on the photograph. That's why I asked her, as you look at the photograph, because I'm not sure how the orientation is of the album in the witness stand, because I can't see it. And it's clear from the photograph itself. To the right of those rocks you have the canal, if one can call it a canal, and then the gravel patch. And we know her house is to the left. So I was certain she was confused. Let's get to the point. It's not going to help us to be confusing. The place where you stood would now be closer to the gravel patch than what we thought from where we stood on this marking.
Volgens u merking sal die plek waar u gestaan het nader sou wees van wat ons aangeneem het waar u gestaan het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But it would only be the width of the blue house.
It will be?
It would only be the distance from the front of the blue house to the back of the blue house, that it will be shorter to the gravel patch and the road.
Hierdie paadjie tussen die lengte van die huis voor en agter blou huis sal korter wees na die grondpad toe.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So maybe I was there, I have a good idea of the size of that structure in my mind, because it wasn't measured. But if you look at the panels across the way, where you are, you can see the white vertical pillars and you can see the brickwork in between. Can you give us an idea of the size of that blue house, the side of it, just by referencing the panels?
As jy kyk na die panels waar die witpalers met die stene, kan jy moontlik die lengte van die huis voorstel.
Die grootte van die huis.
Van hierdie struktuur.
My lord, ek weet nog wat die wou my lord praat.
If this table here, right, where the advocates are sitting, yes, if we take from the end of the files, right, to the furthest point here, let's say that's the blue house. You with me?
Daai tafel, my lord.
Hierdie tafel?
Miss Joshlin, just point out the points that I point to the witness. Go stand over there, then we just point it out. Here, this table here, right, where the files end, from there to this corner. That's the blue house. Are you with me?
That's correct, my lord.
So where my registrar is standing now, that's where the path runs.
Waar die register nou staan is die paadjie.
Die paadjie.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
right?
a path. That's a path.
Are you with me?
Waar na Kelly se huis toe
Ja.
gaan. That's correct.
Okay. Now, go stand at the front corner. That's where you made the mark where you went around the house.
Dis die merkie wat jy gemaak het toe jy om die huis gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Stand at the back corner. That's the spot where you stood when you looked across the gravel patch.
Dit sou die spot wees waar jy gestaan het toe jy gekyk het oorkant na die grondpad.
That's correct, my lord.
Grondgedeelte.
Now from this front corner to the back corner, that, can you guesstimate, but just by looking at the panels, because it's easy, what that distance is of that blue house? From where the registrar now points out, that to this corner.
Daai kant is dit die hoek
Ja.
van die hok.
Let's go back to photograph number 20.
Gaan terug na fotograaf nommer 20.
Can you see the blue side there?
Kan jy die blou kant sien daar? Foto nommer 20.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, that side, can you tell me how long it is, how big it is? Just by reference to something in the court.
Hierdie kant, hoe lang sou dit wees? As ons nou kyk na wat in die hof hier gewees het. As ons kyk na die panels daar, wat daar is op daar is op daar is op panel, op paal, daar dat I don't say maar hoe groot sou die agterkant?
Meneer, even staan regtig.
I don't really understand, man.
May I just indicate, I heard the witness ask the interpreter, watter panels? She doesn't understand the concept of panels. I think that's the problem.
I thought I explained it earlier. So you can see the vertical, the upright white pieces that are plastered.
That's correct, my lord.
Right. In between those, there are brickwork.
In the middle,
The police officer is pointing it out now. Now, if you would take the side of that house, is it smaller than one panel, bigger than one panel?
is het groter as die twee palen, die panels, of is het kleiner of het groter?
As bietjie kleiner, my lord.
Little smaller, my lord.
Now, if I tell you on a guesstimate, I guessed earlier, I said 6 meters.
Ek het vroeger geskat en gesê 6 meter.
Because I wanted to be generous with the guesswork. I didn't measure it.
Ek het dit nie gemeet nie. Ek het dit
So
geskat.
it will be shorter and smaller than 6 meters if we are generous with our guesswork.
So dit sal korter as 6 meter wees. As ons so
Are you with me?
As nie met my.
That's correct, my lord.
I tried to work it out in my head scientifically because there are 20 bricks. And the joints is about 10. I counted the number of joints, I counted the number of bricks. Comes to about 5.81 meters. That's a guess from where I'm sitting. So we're going to subtract from the 91.8 6 meters. But for purpose of this exercise, we're going to take off 10. Because we don't know how far the rock is from the structure. So we're going to subtract 10. Let's say you are now 10 meters closer to the gravel patch than what we thought.
Sê byvoorbeeld is so 10 meter nader aan hierdie grondpad as wat ons gedink het.
That's correct, my lord.
That would still place you about 81 meters.
Dit sal nog vir u 'n
From the
afstand van 81 meter.
That's correct, my lord.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. In a distance of 81.8 meters,
'n afstand van 81.8 meter,
you could not be in a position to see what you told this court you've seen.
u sou nie in 'n posisie wees, sy sou nie in 'n posisie wees om te sien wat u vir officer het gesien van hierdie vrou nie.
Ek het die vrou gesien.
I saw the woman.
Yes, thank you. We can move on from that now.
Thank you, my lord. Now we're coming now at the point where you were standing at the corner.
Kom nou by die punt waar
You
u gestaan het op
moved
die hoek.
around Kelly's house to the front door.
U het toe omgestap aan Kelly se huis na die voordeur.
That's where we are now.
U was op die hoek gewees en u stap nou om na Kelly se voordeur. Waar ons nou is.
It is your evidence that
Dit was u getuienis gewees dat
you saw my client.
u het my kliënt gesien.
Is that correct?
Is it rechts?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
You testified yesterday. It was not a testimony. You were answering my question.
Gister het u vir my 'n antwoord gegee.
One of the answers you gave me yesterday is that
Een van die antwoorde wat u vir my gister gegee het is,
you don't sit in my client's company because it doesn't look right.
u is nie 'n beskuldige se geselskap nie, want jy lyk nie reg nie.
That's correct.
Is that the reason you are implicating him?
Dis die rede waarom vir u vir hom impliseer.
Because in your eyes, he doesn't look right?
Volgens die oë lyk hy nie reg nie.
That's correct.
Did you understand the question?
Het jy die vraag antwoord? Ek verstaan.
Kan mevrouw op mij weer halen, weer bij mij is weggenomen.
Die rede waarom iets 'n kliënt aan hierdie impliseer, waar u vir hom deel maak van wat gebeur het, is omdat hy is in die oë lyk nie 'n regte persoon nie. Dis die rede waarom u sê hy was daar gewees. Hy was deel van alles, want hy lyk reg in die gesig, sy oë nie. Dis die rede waarom u sê hy was daar gewees.
Kan mevrouw het voor mij, of meneer kan meneer het voor mij aan...
Well, I'm going to try.
Gaan probeer.
What counsel is putting to you, vir die prokureur, die advokaat nou vir u vra. I'm gonna rephrase it myself in Afrikaans, and then the interpreter can interpret my Afrikaans into English. And I'm doing this for the witness to try and understand the question.
Sodat die getuie die vraag moet verstaan.
U sal onthou, u het vir ons gister gesê.
U het gister vir hom gesê, as jy aanhou,
U sit nie in sy geselskap nie, want hy het nie vir u gelyk na 'n regte mens nie.
you never in his company because it doesn't look like a right person to you. That's what you said yesterday.
Nou is die vraag,
Now the question is
dit omdat dit is wat u van hom gedink het, wat u nou vir hom intrek in die saak?
Is it what you thought about him that you implicate him in this case now?
Dat is de eerste keer wat ik in een samenlevende company zit met my lord.
It was not the first time that I was in this company, my lord.
Are you implicating him because you don't like him? Or is there another reason why you
Trek u of my in die saak omdat u nie van hom hou nie of za ander rede?
Ik heb geen reden, meneer.
I don't have a reason.
Miss Lombaard, I warned you
Ek het u gewaarsku
to listen to my questions.
dat u moet luister na my vraag.
And if you don't understand my question,
As u nie my vraag kan verstaan nie,
indicate that to the court for the court to help you.
die ander nie of u kan help.
You didn't do that.
U het dit gedoen nie.
Ik heb over meneer gevraagd.
I ask the court now.
You testify that you saw my client
U het getuig, u het my kliënt gesien
outside Kelly's house.
buite Kelly se huis.
Put to you,
Stel dit aan u,
you are misleading the court.
u misleid die hof.
It's not my client that you saw because my client was not there at that time.
Dit is nie my kliënt wat u gesien het nie, want hy was nie daai tyd daar gewees nie.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there.
I am further putting to you
Ek stel dit verder aan u
that the reason you are implicating and dragging him into this case
die rede waarom u vir hom intrek in hierdie saak
is because what you said yesterday,
is van wat u gister gesê het.
that you were angry, you are angry at him for suspecting Ayanda.
U is kwaad vir hom omdat hy vir Ayanda verdink het.
Dat is niet waar, nie.
That's not true.
Thank you. The door was open. Kelly's door was opened.
Kelly se deur was oop gewees
And you knocked.
en hy het toe geklop.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
When you entered, what is in your evidence in sheet is that I asked her this. You've asked her 3 questions. If you can go back to your evidence in sheet.
U het vir 'n vraag gevra.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
Kan mevrou nog weer wat hy laat?
Can you just repeat the last part, please?
After you saw Stevino at the door,
Toe u vir Stefano by die deur sien,
you told us you knocked, you went inside,
u het gevra of hy het geklop en toe ingegaan.
and then you spoke to Kelly.
En praat u toe met Kelly.
That's correct, my lord.
Now that's what you are being referred to. What did you ask her?
Wat het u vir Kelly gevra?
Kiel het vir my ingeroep.
Kelly called me in.
En sy het saam met my gepraat oor Joshlin,
She spoke to me about Joshlin,
wat sy gedoen het.
what she did.
What you are saying now is not what you said
Wat u nou van sê,
in your
is wat u
evidence
gesê
in
het.
chief.
Wat u en u hoofgetuies gesê het.
I will remind you what you said in your evidence in chief.
Ek kan u herinner wat u so gesê het in uw hoofgetuie.
Just a minute, my lord.
Did Kelly call you or did you call her to speak to her?
Het Kelly vir u geroep of het u vir haar geroep om met haar te praat?
Kiel het vir my geroep, my lord.
She called me.
I have it from my paragraph 132 and further in my notes. Bisinkabai. I don't know whether council might number their notes differently.
My notes of your evidence in chief
My notes in
reads as
verband met
follows.
hoofgetuie lees as volg.
I knocked and at the door
Ek het aan die deur geklop
and I asked Kelly
ek vra toe vir Kelly
what was going on.
Bisinkabai,
wat gaan
just for
aan.
completeness, from my notes.
Yes, my lord.
I went inside and called Kelly and asked what was going on. After she knocked, she went inside and she called Kelly and asked Kelly what was going on. That's according to my note.
U het geklop, u
Thank
is
you,
in,
my
dat u vir Kelly gevra het wat gaan aan.
That's correct.
You went inside and asked. You asked him. As against what you just said now in court.
Wat u gevra het is teen oorgestelde wat u nou in die hof gesê het.
Ek het nou verkeerd,
Teenoorgestelde.
ek het verkeerd verstaan.
Understood wrong.
You understood wrong. Don't understand wrong, please. I'm not going to finish that question. Your second question, I asked her,
Ek het haar gevra,
what do you mean?
wat bedoel u?
So from you,
Can you recall what she answered you?
Kan u onthou wat haar antwoord was?
Kiel is antwoord. Sy het vir my gesê, ek het vir Kiel gevra wat gaan aan.
I asked Kelly what was going on.
Toe sê Kiel vir my, ek moet nie van kak vra nie.
Said I mustn't ask a shit.
Toe sê sy het vir Joshlin verkoop aan Sangoma.
She said she sold person to the Sangoma.
thank you.
Are those the precise words as you recall it?
As die eerste woorde wat as jy kan onthou, is daar eerste woorde wat sy gebruik het.
Nee, my lord.
Can you recall her precise words or not?
Kan u onthou wat sy presiese woorde was of nie?
Nee, my lord.
Because if you go first, second question, that manner of asking, and you don't get the first answer right, then the second question doesn't make sense on cross-examination. Because you told us in your evidence that Kelly said,
Kelly het gesê,
and I wrote your Afrikaans words in inverted commas.
ek het die Afrikaanse woorde in aanhalingstekens geskryf.
Rens, ek het nou kak aangevang.
Rens, I just did shit now.
Dit is hoe meneer.
If I follow your line of evidence, and particularly that piece of evidence, you were making inquiries.
As ek u getuienis volg in verband vernaam hierdie gedeelte, u het navraag gedoen.
Nee, my lord.
If you ask someone a question, you want information from that person.
As u 'n persoon 'n vraag vra, u verwag sekere inligting van hierdie persoon.
In other words, you are making an inquiry.
Dis navraag wat u doen.
Do you understand?
Verstaan nie?
Ik verstaan.
I understand.
Okay. From your inquiry, there was a question by my learned colleague. For
Van
instance,
in navraag was daar vraag deur die staatsaanklaer.
she asked you,
Die was gevra
how many were present
hoeveel
in the
was
discussion?
hoeveel mense was betrokke in hierdie geselskap.
Do you still remember that question?
Kan u nog hierdie vraag onthou?
Dat is correct.
Yes.
Do you still remember your answer?
Kan u onthou wat die antwoord was?
Dat is correct.
Yes.
What was your answer?
Wat was die antwoord geweest?
Toen was ik, Stefano, Kelly en Boeta.
Myself, Stefano, Kelly and Buddha.
I knew you are going to give a different answer to what you've given in your evidence in chief. I knew.
Ek het geweet u gaan 'n verskillende antwoord gee as die antwoord wat u in hoofgetuie gegee het. Wat u vandag sê, verskil wat u van wat u tevore gesê het.
I will read into the record your answer to this very same question.
Ek gaan vir u antwoord uitlees vir hierdie vraag, op hierdie eerste vraag.
I want to read it. Your answer was,
Die antwoord was geweest,
it was myself,
was myself geweest,
it was Kelly,
Kelly,
it was Buta,
Buddha,
it was Requin,
Requeen,
it was Joshlin.
Joshlin.
It's on the record.
En Stefano. U het gesê, u het wat u voorgesê het, was u geweest, Joshlin, Requeen, Kelly, Stefano en Buddha.
You mentioned 6 people.
6 mense het u tevore gesê.
People that were present
6 mense
in the
was
discussion.
was by geweest gedurende die gesprek.
Well, is it fair to just stop there? Because she continued. She told us the names, and I'm going to repeat it because it wasn't interpreted, because Joshlin's name was mentioned twice when it was interpreted. So it was herself, it was Kelly, Buddha, Stefano, Requin, and Joshlin. But then she continued, and my note says the following. She says, Requin was in the other room, and Joshlin was playing outside.
With due respect, my lord, that was not a continuation. After she mentioned,
Miss Mkabai, it was the next question and answer on that, because and it flows. So I'm not going to allow the question the way you asked it. The question in the manner you asked it is disallowed.
Can I continue with my question?
Yes, but not saying, but it's different, because it's still the same people. It is just that the young son was in a different room and Joshlin was outside, unless you put it in the context. Yes.
Thank you, my lord. And the second question, or the follow-up question from my then colleague.
Daaropvolgende vraag van de procureur, staatsprocureur. De daaropvolgende vraag van de procureur, staatsprocureur.
Oh, before I go to that follow-up question.
Voordat ik daarin ga, naar de opvolgende vraag.
When you mentioned these 6 people,
Toen u die 6 mensen
that you said they were present in the discussion,
wat bij geweest is gedurende jullie gesprek.
were you trying to tell the court that
U probeerde me af te vertellen dat
Joshlin was aware that she was going to be sold?
was Joshlin bewust dat ze zo verkoop wordt?
Nee, my lord.
No.
You just said she was present in the discussion.
No, Miss Nkabai, she did not. Question was who was present there, and it's clear she said Joshlin was outside. I'm not going to repeat it again.
My lord, that was a follow-up question after the 6
I've
has been
made a
mentioned.
ruling. I've made a ruling.
I will argue this point, my
You
lord.
can argue it.
Thank you. Are you... I'll rephrase my question. The deduction I made when you said the 2 children of Kelly were present, the deduction I made was that they were aware of what was going to happen to Joshlin.
Van wat u gesê het, insluitend die 2 kinders van Kelly, ek het aangeneem dat hulle bewus was wat so gebeur met Joshlin. Hulle het geweet wat so gebeur met Joshlin.
That's correct.
No, wait. The deduction that was made was that Joshlin was aware of what was going to happen.
And the witness's answer said that's correct.
No. But that was not the question as interpreted to the witness.
It was the children were aware. That's what I said. Hulle was bewus geweest die kinders. She said the question was the children were aware. What I deducted from what you said, the children were aware what was going to take place. That's why I interpreted the way the question was posed, my lord.
Mr. Blau, don't argue with me.
I'm sorry, my lord.
Can you put the question?
When you mentioned 6 members
Sê toe u 6 mense van melding maak
that were present
wat by was
in the discussion,
in
No,
die gesprek.
Ms. Makabai. No, I've already ruled on it. Witness never said the 6 people were present in the discussion. Requin was in a different room. Joshlin was outside. And I've ruled on it.
That's where, my Lord, with due respect.
I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment. Everyone take a deep breath and let's stick to the facts as they are on record. When I come back, I don't want this to and fro again. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Court will adjourn.
This was the follow-up question. Those are the facts.
Hey. You arrange good food for me? Lunch? Why not? I was woke up at 5 o'clock. Morning.
How are you?
I'm not good and away.
I'm fine, thank you. Happy to be back.
No. I didn't intend to, but the court manager insisted I come back.
You were told to.
Yes.
Got nothing to do with intention.
No.
Welcome back, Mr. Black.
I'm not happy to be here. No? Captain? I'm not afraid. There's nothing wrong with the place. Yes, ma'am. Ja.
As u ingevoer daar by ons nou.
Ja.
Oh, okay.
Je hebt nog dat geteken met de bagasie daar.
Oh, die eerste is ook.
Ja.
Okay, dat is goed. Ja.
5:45.
Oh, nou is hij aan.
No, past 6. No, past 6. Almost 6:45, 4:45 hour. Ja, 20 to 7. Wacht mijn dochter nog para transport om te komen. Dan kan we deze gaan los. Ja, dat is 4:47 o'clock. Ja. Meneer.
Sorry, the mic is on.
Nee, af, dit was afgelezen. No aan. En het afgelezen.
Testing 1, 2.
Dat is les om in te wezen. Dank u. Baie dank u.
The witness is still under oath.
U wordt herinner, u is onder eed om daar te praten.
That's correct, my lord.
Confirms, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. Put to you that my client
Ik stel het aan dit dat mijn cliënt,
was never in a discussion
hij was nooit in een gesprek
and there was no discussion.
en er was geen gesprek geweest.
Do you understand the question?
Verstaan jullie de vraag?
That's correct, meneer.
Please answer.
Kan u dan antwoord alsjeblieft?
Hij was deel van het gesprek geweest.
He was part of the discussion.
Further, put to you that
Verder stel ik aan u,
my client was not there.
de cliënt was niet daar geweest nie.
Hij was daar geweest.
He was there, my lord.
What was he wearing?
Wat heeft hij aangehad?
Ik kan niet onthouden wat hij aangaat.
I can't remember what he was wearing, my lord.
Why you can't remember?
Kom kan u onthouden nie?
Maar hij was eigenlijk gerookt drugs.
I smoked drugs at that time.
You've just described the
Just-
woman who was
Just a moment. The answer was, ek was gerook drugs. So I just want to check. Did you smoke on that day?
Heeft u die dag gerook?
Die zondag.
Yes.
Die zondag ik gerookt, meneer.
The Sunday I smoked, my lord.
And how much did you smoke?
Hoeveel heeft u gesmokt? Gerook?
Ik heb niet één keer gerookt, maar mijn lord.
Only one.
And what did you smoke?
Wat?
Ik heb tuk gerookt.
Tuk, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
so because you smoked, you can't remember what the person you're saying is my client was wearing.
Aangezien u gerook het, kan u nie onthou wat my cliënt aangaat het. Wat u sê is my cliënt.
Dat is recht zo.
I put to you that the reason you can't tell the court
Ek sê vir u, ek stel dit aan u, die rede waarom u nie daarof kan sê nie,
the clothes this person you are saying was my client was putting at that time is because he was not there. You are lying before this court.
die persoon wat u sê my kliënt was daar gewees, hy was nie daar gewees nie. U vertel leuns voor die hof.
Hy was daar gewees.
He was there.
Do you still remember the time you smoked drugs on that day?
Kan u nog onthou watter tyd u dwelms so gerook het op baie dag?
Praat mevrouw van de zondag of praat mevrouw van de maandag?
Sunday or the Monday?
The day you saw a woman with white dots on your face, what time
Die
did you take
tyd
drugs?
toe u die vrou sien met
Just one moment.
spritkeltjies in die gesig. Hoe laat dit nie?
Let's tie it down to the Sunday or the Monday, because the evidence was that she also saw the woman on the Monday, so she saw her on 2 days. We are now dealing with the Sunday. That's the day of the discussions. On that day,
Ons is besig
can
om met
you
die Sondag.
recall what time you smoked the tik?
Dit is die Sondag wat ons nou mee besig is, die dag toe julle het gesprek gehad het. Kan u onthou op hierdie dag van die Sondag waar hoe laat u die tik so gerook het?
Ik kan het ook niet meer, my lord.
I can't remember, my lord.
But when this discussion took place, you already smoked or not?
Toe hierdie gesprek toe voortgaan, besig was om voortgaan, het u klaar gerook of nie?
Ik heb nog niet gerookt, my lord.
I haven't smoked it as yet, my lord.
Thank you.
When you say you haven't smoked as yet, what do you mean? You've just said that. You
Yeah.
can't remember the clothes this person you are saying was my client was wearing because you smoked that day. Now you're confusing me. Can you please explain?
Kan u verduidelik? U het nou net gesê u kan nie onthou wat u so aangegaan het omdat u gerook was. Nou sê u het nog nie gerook nie. Kan u dit verduidelik asseblief?
Want ik heb niet verstaan wat de dag mevrouw praat, of het nu die maandag of het zondag is.
I wasn't sure what day were you talking about, whether was it the Sunday or the Monday.
I'm talking about the day when you said you saw my client in front of Katie's house. That is the day I'm talking about.
Die dag wat u so sê dat u het my kliënt voor wel sy is gesien, dis die dag wat ek van praat.
Dat is correct.
Were you high on drugs
Was
when you
u
saw the person you are saying was my client?
was u gerook gewees toe dwelms gerook toe u sê u het my kliënt gesien?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Then why it is so difficult for you to tell this court the clothing of that person you assumed was my client?
Hoekom is dit dan so swaar vir u om te sê wat 'n klere dra die persoon so aangegaan het wat u sê was my kliënt gewees?
Want ik heb nog zijn kleren opgehouden. Nie.
I didn't watch his clothes.
Why? You don't need to watch somebody's clothes before you know them. I'm not watching your clothes now, but I can see what you're wearing.
Dat is correct.
Why you didn't notice the clothing this person you're saying was my client wearing on that day?
Hoekom het u nie na die klere dopgehou nie wat u sê wat u sê dis my kliënt wat op hierdie dag? Hoekom het u nie na die klere gekyk nie?
Ik heb voor hem, ik heb naar zijn gezicht ook, ik heb zijn kleren opgehouden. Nie.
I was looking in his face, I wasn't watching his clothes.
Who told you about the word discussion?
Can you repeat again?
Who told her about the word discussion?
Wie het vir u vertel van die woord
I don't
gesprek?
understand the question, Ms. Nkabayi.
I'll make it simpler. You were asked
U was gevra
about the people who were present in a discussion.
van die persone wat betrokke was in die gesprek.
Now my question is,
My vraag nou is,
who told you about this word, discussion?
wie het vir u van hierdie woord gesê gesprek?
My Lord, may I just ask, if you're referring back to evidence in chief, I actually noted down the question because I re-listened it and I noted it down as who was present.
Yeah,
I-
that's also I used the word discussion at some stage, but I can't recall the witness, and I was looking at my notes, and I also didn't see it there. You would have seen that I actually went to my notes because even this morning I imported the word discussion into the question. Ms. Nkabayi, I don't have a note of that was the question or that was even in the answer. And the prosecutor similarly doesn't have a note like that. Can you maybe, do you have a specific verbatim question? Because you must remember what happens is that the prosecutor asks the question, the witness gives an answer, it's interpreted, and often it is put slightly differently. For example, the example that we used earlier, that caused me to follow up all the questions about the smoking. Because he said, ek was gerook. So it's translated as being drugged. But it could mean something else. Let us not split hairs on an issue like that, unless, of course, you want to check the recordings. You are getting it every day. But carry on with another point.
You were asked
U was gevra
about the people who were present in a discussion.
van mense wat betrokke wat by was gedurende die gesprek.
What is your understanding of this word, discussion?
Wat verstaan u
Ms.
die
Nkabayi,
woord gesprek?
Ms. Nkabayi, did you hear my ruling?
I'm not going to ask a question in the line of the court's ruling. I'm taking...
Well, I've made a ruling on that because I couldn't see anything about either an Afrikaanse gesprek or a discussion. Now you're repeating the same question on which I have already ruled. And I'm not going to allow it. The moment you're going to add in the word discussion, I will stop you every time.
In your alleged discussion, did my client make any input?
Gedurende die tyd van hierdie pratery tussen julle, het my kliënt enige bydrae gehad? Het enige iets gesê?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
What was his input?
Wat was sy bydrae geweest?
Hy het gesê, Stefan het gesê, dat hy ook instem dat hy nie die polisie gaan sê nie en hy aanvaar die desintonen wat Kelly vir hom gaat gee.
He said he agreed that he's not going to tell the police anything and he accepts the 1,200 Kelly was going to give him.
You regard that as an input?
Sien dit as 'n bydrae?
That's correct.
Yes.
I put to you that was not an input.
Dit was nie bydrae nie.
Hy was deel van die gesprek gewees.
He was part of the discussion.
That was not my question either.
So ek het my vraag gewees nie.
Hy was by.
He was there.
Did he bring any opinion?
Het hy enige opinie gebring gegee?
Nee, my lord.
Did he bring any ideas?
Enige idees?
Hy het net gesê, hy gaan ook nie vir die polisie sê nie.
He
Hy gaan
just-
sy mond hou.
He just said he's not going to tell the police. He's going to keep his mouth shut.
You've said that. That was not my question either. My question is, did he bring any ideas?
Het hy enige idees bygevoeg?
Nee, my lord.
Nee, no.
You cannot say therefore that he was part of the discussion or he discussed anything if he didn't bring any ideas or didn't bring any opinion.
As hy geen opinie of enige idees gebring het, kan hy nie sê hy was deel van 'n gesprek gewees nie.
What is your comment to that?
Kommentaar?
Hy was deel van die gesprek gewees en hy het gesê, hy aanvaar dit in 200 rand en hy gaan ook sy mond hou dat die polisie kan sê nie.
He was part of the discussion, my lord, because he himself, he said he's not going to tell the police anything, he's going to keep quiet, he will accept the 1,200.
And there was nothing my client has to tell the police. My client has seen nothing, my client has heard nothing.
Daar sou niks wees wat my kliënt vir die polisie sou gesê het, want hy het niks gesien nie. Hy weet van niks.
Ons gesprek wat ons gehad het, was het gewees, ons gaan van niemand sê nie, maar ek was een gewees wat gesê het, nee, dit is so right. Ek aanvaar het 1000 rand en hy was een gewees wat gesê het, nee, maar hy aanvaar het 200 rand en ons al 4 gaat van, ons al 3 gaan van niemand sê nie. Kel is een wat die polisie gaat aanmeld dat kind vermis is.
He was part of the discussion, my lord. I even said, it's fine, I'm not going to tell anyone, I'm going to take the 1,000 rand. And he also agreed that he's going to take 1,200, not going to tell anyone. The 3 of us were not going to say anything to the police, except for Kelly to report the missing child.
I put to you that you are lying before this court.
I vertel leuns in die hof.
Ek praat die waarheid.
I'm talking the truth.
You left, that was your evidence before this court, that you left and you went to your house.
U is toe weg na u huis toe.
Dat is correct.
My learned colleague asked you if someone would come and say you went back to Kelly's house on that Sunday, would that person be telling the truth?
My collega het vir u gevra, as 'n persoon sou sê hy is terug na Kelly's huis toe dat Sondag, sal hy persoon dan die waarheid praat?
Die sonne namiddag nou of.
Will it be the Sunday afternoon?
Ek was daar by Kelly's huis gewees.
I was at Kelly's house.
Let's just
You don't listen to my questions. Thank you, my lord.
let's just try and clear this up. So there was a discussion,
Dat is 'n gesprek.
because that's the word we now use
Van
apparently.
hy woord gebruik.
Then you went home.
Toe is toe huis toe. Die toe is toe huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Now, did you go back later on that Sunday to Kelly's house?
As toe later terug na Kelly's huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now today, when the court is putting this question to you, you are saying you went back to Kelly's place.
U het nog gesê u is terug na Kelly's huis toe na die hof vir u gevra het.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
And I just want to confirm, we're talking about that Sunday.
Dit is die Sondag wat ons van praat, né?
Good.
Sunday, after you've questioned Kelly, this is after you've questioned Kelly
As dit
about what was happening.
nadat u vir Kelly so gevra het wat gebeur.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
You went home.
U is toe huis toe.
Dat is correct.
My learned colleague put the same question to you,
Selfde vraag was in gevra deur my geleerde kollega
and your answer
en die antwoord was
is different to the
Verschil.
answer you are giving the court today.
dit was verskillende antwoord wat u destyds gesê het en wat u vandag vir die hof sê.
No. Not Deestates.
En
when she was cross-examined by Mr. Harmsen.
Toe Mr. Harmsen vir u vra.
Even my Lord, in her evidence in chief, the answer she gave this court is different to the answer she's giving now.
Die antwoord wat u vir die hof vandag gee, is verskillend met die hoofgetuie.
You want me to remind you of the answer you gave the court when my learned colleague was leading you?
Moet ek vir u laat onthou die antwoord wat u vir die hof, die antwoord wat u gegee het vir die hof toe 'n geleerde vriend van u vra.
Is it when the prosecutor was leading her? That's the last question.
The last question, the
the
very last
yeah.
question, my Lord.
Toe die aanklaer vir u sou lei. Kan
The
u vir u antwoord?
very,
Can you recall what you told us
you
about
know what
going
you
back
said?
to Kelly's house
In verband met
on
Kelly
that
says,
Sunday?
by Sondag.
Hoe sê meneer?
Can you recall what
Can
you
you-
told us when Ms. Swanepoel was asking you questions, whether you went back to Kelly's house on that Sunday?
Kan u onthou wat u antwoord was toe mevrou Swanepoel vir u gevra het of u na Kelly se toe terug was? Kan u onthou wat u vir hom gesê het?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes,
Ek luister. I'm listening.
listening.
Ik was naar kennis huis toe om te gaan horen wat die plan nog verder is van Joshlin. En ik was nieuwsgierig geweest.
That Sunday evening.
Die zondagmiddag, meneer.
That's when I went back to find out what the plan is. I was curious about what's going to happen about Joshlin.
Now my note says,
You also know what to say.
and I've been told that my notes are wrong, that I noted as follows, that you did not return to Kelly's house that Sunday.
Notice that, bewys dat u so gesê het, u is nie terug na Kelly se huis toe daai Sondagmiddag nie.
Ik heb nou niet verstaan wat mevrouw gepraat het van zondagmiddag of zondagnamiddag.
I
Maar
didn't
ik vraag
understand
mevrouw-
as to the question as to whether it's Sunday afternoon or just after the afternoon.
I was very clear with you.
Ek was
Very
duidelik geweest.
clear.
Duidelik geweest.
After your discussion, after you put questions to Kay,
Nadat u vir
Very
vrae
clear.
gevra het,
don't try to be smart here.
Nee, mevrouw.
I was very clear with you.
was duidelik.
Ms. Lombard, Ms. Nkabayi is right. She was very clear, and I also clarified the question with you.
That's correct, my lord.
I even took you to the point by saying after this happened, you went home.
Ek het gevat tot 'n punt waar ek vir u gesê het na die gesprek as jy toe huis toe.
That's correct.
So the question is, why is your evidence different?
Kom is die getuienis vandag verskil.
Van ik was zo onzeker geweest, my lord.
I was unsure, my lord.
Yes.
You were unsure of what?
Jy was onseker van
Van die vrouw wat mevrouw of me regeren.
the questions just to say to me now.
I warned you.
Ek het
If
u
you don't
gewaarsku
understand my question,
as ek u
you
vra,
must tell the court.
jy moet u vertel.
You understood my question.
Jy het my vraag gaan verstaan.
Monday,
Maandag,
you testify that.
u het getuig.
Before, okay, no, it's fine. Monday, you
Maandag.
testify that you woke up and you went to Kelly's place.
U het opgestaan en is toe na Kelly se huis toe was u
Are you
getuig.
After your
talking,
choice.
are you talking about Monday the 19th of February last year, or Monday this week, Monday last week, or the week before?
The Monday that is on record, the Monday that is in her evidence in chief, It's Monday,
So-
19th of February 2024.
The reason why I'm saying this, Nkabai, we don't want to get to a point where we have to go back and then the witness said she didn't understand. So let's rather be precise with the witness. When we speak of a Monday, we give a date if we have a date, because we've been going back and forth through the evidence, and only once there's a contradiction on the face of it, then there was a misunderstanding, or the question wasn't clear. So let's rather try and put it as simple as possible and as clear as possible, because we have been going on for a number of days now, back and forth on the same issues. And yes, you have the right to cross-examine, but sometimes it seems to me the witness doesn't understand. And then I'm also not sure whether, even on clarification, it helps, because I don't know, I've been going back and forth in my notes to check, but now where something was said. So remember, you're now being asked questions about that Monday, the 19th of February last year, the day that you say Kelly delivered Joshlin to the white polo.
But you know moet aanhou is dat die vraag is nou in verband wat so gebeur het in 19de van Februarie verlede jaar, waar Kelly toe vir Joshlin so gaan oorgee het.
That's correct, my lord.
Now,
Net-
Ms. Nkabai had constantly said to you, listen to my question. If you don't understand it, say so.
Hy
That's
was,
correct, my lord.
er is een keer gevra dat u moet mooi luister my vraag. As
Nou,
jy
jy
nie verstaan nie, moet u dit sê.
You will recall that I had also explained that to you.
Ek het dit ook aan u verduidelik as u kan onthou.
That's correct, my lord.
So listen,
Luister,
clarify if you need to.
u kan verduidelik as u is dat
And if you're
nodig.
unsure of the answer,
As
you
jy onseker
tell
is
us,
van 'n
I am
vraag,
unsure,
van 'n
or
vraag.
I can't remember.
As jy onseker is van 'n antwoord, moet u sê ek kan nie onthou nie.
That's correct, my lord.
I thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You had the Monday morning.
Maandagoggend nou, van die 19de Februarie verlede jaar.
On Monday, the 19th of February 2024,
Die maandag van Februarie 2024, 19de,
you testify that on that day, after you were done with your house chores,
toe
you
u klaar
went
is
to
met
Kelly's
Kelly's werk,
place.
as u toe na Kelly se huis toe.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct?
And on your arrival at Kelly's place,
Met die
there
aankoms by
was
Kelly se huis,
Requin, Buta, Stevino, and Kelly.
can you repeat again?
On your arrival
Met die aankoms
at Kelly's place,
by Kelly se huis,
you saw the following:
u het die volgende gesien:
Buta,
Puta,
Kelly,
Kelly,
Stevino,
Stefano,
Requin,
en Requeen
and Joshlin.
en Joshlin.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
In Rasiel.
En Rochelle.
Yes, and Rachel. Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
I put to you that again, you are lying when you are saying you saw my client at Kelly's place on that morning.
Ek sal dit weer aan u stel dat u lieg as u sê u het my klein gesien by Kelly se huis daai oggend.
Stefano was daai maandagoggend, was hy daar gewees by Kelly's huis.
Stefano was there that Monday morning at Kelly's house.
Even Mr. Apollis has confirmed that on that morning, Stevino was not there.
Verskil nommer 1 het ook stem ook saam dat daai oggend van die 19de daai maandag was Stefano nie gewees. Was meneer van Reinia gewees nie.
Buta lig.
He's lying.
Can I just take a step back? What did you say about Rochelle?
Wat het jy
On
gesê
the
van
Monday
Rochelle?
morning?
Rachel was ook daar geweest.
Rachel was also there, my lord.
De eerste keer toen zei ik Rachel was niet daar, moest hij.
At first I said Rachel wasn't there.
Toen zei ik achterna, maar Rachel was daar, want ik deed dat Kelly voor Rachel gevat had, samen deed, toen vatten we Rachel kreeg toe.
That's when I said to the court that Rachel was there, and Kelly took her with. When she was going to work, she took her to the crash.
Yes.
Are you sure that you saw Stevino?
Is het zeker dat u voor Stefano gezien hebt?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
If you've seen him,
Als u voor hem gezien hebt,
why Buddha didn't see him?
kom met Boeta om me gezien.
Boeta heeft voor hem gezien.
Boeta saw him.
Buddha told this court through his attorney that Stevino was not there on that day,
Boeta, die sy prokureur het gesê Stefano was daar gewees nie.
on that morning. What is your comment to that?
Wat is die kommentaar?
Stefano was daar geweest.
Stefano was there.
My client,
My cliënt,
and in his plea explanation,
in sy pleitverdediging,
states that
sê die volgende.
on the 19th
Op die 19de
of February 2024,
Februarie van verlede jaar,
he was
hy was
at Kelly's place,
by Kelly se plek.
but it was around 1 o'clock.
Hy was daar by Kelly se gewees so om ongeveer 1 uur.
Hij was die ochtend was hij daar geweest, in de middag.
The morning he was there, even in the afternoon.
And that piece of evidence in his plea is supported by Buddha, who said Stevino was there on that morning, but it was later in the day.
Dieselfde sal Boeta ook in sy pleitverdediging gesê dat Stefano daar was, die oggend, maar later die dag.
Stefano was daar de ochtend geweest.
Stefano was there the morning.
At my disposal, I have an affidavit
Ek het 'n
of
verklaring
Requin Smith.
van Requin Smith.
Requin Smith is the son of Kelly Smith.
Het sal die seun van Kelly Smith wees, Requin.
In his affidavit,
In sy beëdigde verklaring,
he doesn't mention seeing Stevino
hy maak nie melding dat hy Stefano so gesien het nie,
at their home.
by hulle se huis.
Stefano was buiten geweest.
Stefano was outside.
Again, my client, and in his plea explanation,
Hy kliënt in sy pleitverdediging
states that on the day in question, that is the 19th,
op hierdie dag van die 19de verlede jaar Februarie,
after 1 p.m., he
Na 1
didn't
uur.
see Kelly's children.
hy het
on
nie
that
Kelly
day.
se kinders gesien.
Na 1.
After 1,
The time he was there after 1.
die tyd toe hy daar was, hy was daar gewees.
On his
Toe hy
arrival
daar aankom,
at Kelly's place on the 19th of February 2024, he didn't see any of Kelly's children.
toe hy daar aankom op die 19de Februarie van 2024, het hy geen van Kelly se kinders gesien toe hy daar aankom in die middag nie.
De kinders van Kelly was daar geweest.
The kids of Kelly were there,
And this is confirmed by the affidavit of Requin, because Requin has no mention of seeing my client on
word
that day.
bevestig deur Requin, want Requin mag geen melding dat hy my kliënt so gesien het nie.
Stefano was daar geweest.
Stefano was there.
The only person he mentioned
Die enigste persoon wat hy van melding maak
in his affidavit
in sy beëdigde verklaring
is Aunt Renz.
is Andrens.
I suppose you are Aunt Renz.
Hy is Andrens.
If my client was there in the morning,
As my kliënt daar
why
vanoggend was,
Requin didn't mention that in his affidavit?
Hoekom sal Requin dit nie aanmeld in sy eerdige verklaring nie?
Soos ek gesê het, Stefan het bed gaan gesit en Rico was in die koeien geweest by sy ma in die koei, in die bed by sy ma sy bed geweest in die koei.
As I said, my lord, Stefano was sitting outside and Requin was in the bed, sitting in the bed.
Further, Requin, who you testified as someone who was in the room, doesn't mention anything about the discussion you made reference to.
She didn't say Requin was in the room. She said Requin was in the other room.
While he was in the other room.
That are we now back on the Sunday? Are we back on the Sunday, Ms. Mkabai?
That's correct, my lord.
All right.
I might not be at the correct place that the question is about now, but there are 2 affidavits from Requin. And in the second affidavit, he does mention Stefano being there. I don't know if my learned colleague missed it, but it's A78.
Well, we, of course, Mr. Harmse made mention of the affidavit yesterday. I don't know how many affidavits there are.
Or 2.
Mr. Harmse only made mention of 1 yesterday. And these affidavits are not before me.
Yes, my lord, and that's the reason why I'm apologizing. I remembered that there's another one. I looked, I found it, and there's mention of Stefano in the second affidavit, marked as per A78. The first one was filed as per A6, the second one A78.
Yes, Ms. Kabai.
Reference, my lord, is in A6.
Yeah, but now the prosecutor says there's another affidavit where he in fact mentioned prosecutor says you are in possession of another affidavit, A78, in your pile of papers that were given to you by the state, where he in fact mentioned Stefano being there.
My lord, I am going to that affidavit.
No.
I didn't hear that, my lord.
No. You will go there now if you want to go there. Because we need to be complete and we need to have context. Otherwise it's confusing. And in any event,
I'll do that.
How will this witness know, A, what was in the mind of Requin? How was he interviewed? What questions he was asked? These are issues for argument at a later stage. Because we don't even know whether that witness will testify. Yes, you may proceed.
Just a minute, my lord. My lord, can I ask for an adjournment?
Why?
I need to go to the bathroom, my lord. I need to go to the bathroom.
Right, so let's see what the time is, and maybe we must take a longer adjournment. 15 minutes. So instead of just a short adjournment, let's make it 15 minutes. So it will be 11:35. 11:35 when we will resume. Court adjourned. But the context was that Requin was still inside the house. In fact, they were still in bed that morning. Now one can say, yes, if they were in bed, would they have seen him, would they not have seen him? But what's the value of the answers to these questions in any event? Because if Requin does not come and testify, and I've indicated yesterday, everybody is hesitant to call him, but if he can't contribute to the issues in dispute as to the elements of the offences, then I will not call the witness, unless, of course, there's an indication. Because Section 186 that makes provision for the court calling a witness is not just to give the court carte blanche, because it should never be used to either bolster or undermine one of the cases put before the court. So it must be clear. So please, I think let's take a little bit of time if you want to go there. Let's put the context to the witness and see how far we get. I can't see any benefit at this stage for us going down that path, but I'm not the cross-examiner. I don't know how you strategize your case. You've put these 2 points to her. Could be that that's the end of the story, but let's see. Will it make any difference? Listen, Kabai, when you argue the case.
My Lord?
Because, and I'm going to be frank about it, unless Requin becomes a witness, all of this means nothing. We don't anticipate, I don't think the parties anticipate that he will testify. But the purpose of this is you've put your client's version. The purpose is to attack the credibility of the witness. But if it's of no value at the end of the day, it's not going to help us. There are so many other things that both you and Mr. Harumse has highlighted so far that one can argue. What I'm going to find at the end of the day, I don't know, because I'll have to evaluate the evidence of this witness holistically with everything else. And we know she contradicted herself on a number of scores. We know that there can be a lot of criticism. But let's not go on side shows, let's go straight for the jugular if you want to attack the credibility of a witness. Yeah.
Thank you, my Lord.
And Mr. Sidmeraim is waiting. He's cooling himself down with his fan because he's waiting his turn.
I will pause as far as these affidavits are concerned. If needs be, I'll come back to them.
Ek kan stilstaan by jullie verklarings, maar as dit nodig is, kan ek mondelik teruggaan na die verklarings.
Sergeant Sehobe testified that
Sergeant Sehobe het getuig dat
she took your statement
sy het die verklaring geneem
on the 22nd of February 2024.
22 van Februarie 2024.
Can I just confirm,
Yes.
I don't know why
I just
I'm
want to
thinking
confirm.
it was the 20th. Was it Exhibit O?
Exhibit O, ma'am.
If I remember correctly. Yes, I'm right, it was on the 20th of February.
20th of February.
Remember, that was the afternoon when she was there with Sergeant Molstein, the afternoon of the 20th, they came from Piketberg or Mariesburg, somewhere there.
It's the 20th.
And then when Mr. Apollo said, but she was there, she went around. And that's how the statement came about. And that was how she said, but Steffi was there. Okay. All right. And that's the statement that she indicated that was just part of the story that they were going to tell. Just for context.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Blow, did you hear me? Because I didn't hear you interpret to the witness.
No, my lord.
So we're going to the statement
Ons gaan dit verklaring doen.
that the first police officer on that Tuesday afternoon
Wat die eerste polisie
took from you.
geneem het van u die Dinsdag,
The one that you told
die
me
20ste.
it was not the truth because it was part of the story that you had to tell.
Wat u gesê het, is die waarheid, is deel van wat die storie wat u voor u opgesê het.
Are you with me?
Is u met my?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Do you still remember this day?
Kan u nog hierdie dag onthou?
That's correct.
Yes.
When she was taking statement from you,
Toe sê die verklaring van u neem,
which language was she using?
watter taal het sy gebruik?
Afrikaans.
Afrikaans, my lord.
You understood her.
U het haar verstaan.
That's correct.
After she took your statement,
Nadat sy u verklaring geneem het,
she read it back to you.
het sy dit aan u teruggelees.
Ik kan niet onthou of ze het terug gelezen heeft.
I don't remember whether she read it back to me, my lord.
She testified before this court that
Say it
she read back to you.
Sy het getuig dat sy dit aan u teruggelees het.
After she read the contents back to you, were you happy with the contents of your statement?
Toe sy die verklaring aan die deur, na sy die verklaring aan die deur gelees het, was sy tevrede met wat daar gestaan, wat daar geskryf was, wat die
Well,
tevrede met inhoud van die verklaring?
Ms. Nkabai, the witness, said she can't remember whether it was read back to her. So maybe, were you happy with the contents of the statement?
Was u gelukkig met die inhoud van hierdie verklaring?
That's correct, my lord.
And after you were happy with the contents of the statement, you signed it.
Nadat u tevrede was met wat geskryf was, inhoud van die verklaring, het u dit geteken.
That's correct.
Yes.
When my learned colleague was leading you, you just said that statement is a lie. That's what you said.
Toe my geleerde kollega vir u lei, het hy gesê die verklaring is leuns.
That's correct.
I'm going to go with you through the whole statement for
Okay.
me to know
Deur die verklaring,
which is a lie,
u,
which was not a lie.
ek wil net by u van wat was leuns, wat was nie leuns nie.
Do you understand?
Verstaan nie?
That's correct.
I understand, Malon.
Paragraph number 1.
Paragraaf nommer 1.
I am an adult female,
Volwassene
32
dame.
years. My ID number is 930180171087.
Dis my ID nommer.
I am residing at, I'm not going to mention the address.
Ek is woonagtig te. Ek gaan nie die adres.
I am unemployed.
Werkloos.
I do not have a contact number.
U het nie 'n kontaknommer nie.
My home language is Afrikaans.
Hy taal is Afrikaans.
Is that true?
Is het reg?
Dat is correct.
Is het de waarheid?
On Monday,
Maandag,
19 February of 2024, at about 12 o'clock,
die maand, 19 februari, zo bij 12 uur.
I went to Rachel's house.
Ik is naar Rachel se huis toe.
Rachel is staying in the same area with me.
Zij bleef woonachtig in dezelfde area als mijzelf.
Now, just for context, I don't know whether you use Kelly's full name, which is Raquel, or whether you said Kelly, but the police officer wrote it's spelled wrong, but we know that's who the reference was made to.
Die policeman moest zeker verkeerd geschreven.
Nie
Want Kelly se naam is
polisie,
Raquel.
Politievrou.
Die politievrou het mondelijk verkeerd geschreven. Want
So,
Kelly's naam is Raquel.
but the rest of the contents that on that day at around 12 o'clock that you went to her house
Wel,
and,
we zijn naar haar
and
huis
that
toe.
she's staying in the same area with you, is that correct?
Jullie bleven in dezelfde area als het waar.
Dat is correct, my lord.
In that paragraph,
En
you
daai
made,
paragraaf.
you made reference to Rachel.
In hierdie paragraaf maak die melding van Rachel.
Are you referring to Kelly's child or you are referring to Kelly herself?
Maak die melding van Kelly se kind of was het van Kelly?
Kiali.
Kelly, my lord.
Thank you. Paragraph number 3. When I arrived at Rachel's house,
Met die aankomst bij Rachel se huis,
I found her boyfriend, Jacqueline Apollis,
ek het haar kerel, Jacob Apollos,
with,
gekry,
with the 2 children,
met 2 kinders,
Raquel Smith and Joshlin Smith.
Raquel Smith en Joshlin Smith.
Rachel was at work.
Rachel was by die werk.
I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette
Ek het toe vir
and then I left.
ek het toe vir Jacob gevra vir 'n sigaret en toe sit ek weg.
Is that true or false?
Is dit waar of is dit leens?
Ik heb van hem gevraagd.
I asked him for
What you said in paragraph 3, I've read it to you. My question is that paragraph true or false?
wat ek van hier ooit uitgelees in paragraaf 3, wil ek weet of die waarheid is of dat leens is.
Dat was leens.
Dit was false.
All of it or part of it?
Die hele gedeelte daarvan.
Niet die hele gedeelte niet.
Not the whole, not all of it.
Can you indicate where you lied and where you spoke the truth?
Kan u wel wees waar u leens vertel waar u de waarheid praat?
As I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left. Dat is waar.
That's true. That I asked Raquel for a cigarette and I left. She said that's true.
Tell us what is not true
Wat is
in
nog
that
nie waar nie
paragraph.
in die paragraaf.
Van I crowned our boyfriend Jacqueline Paulus with 2 children, Raquel Smith and Joshlin Smith.
That I found Jacqueline with the 2 children of Jacqueline Smith and Joshlin Smith.
Raquel.
Raquel Smith and Joshlin Smith.
You are saying you lied when you said that?
As it leens.
Kan ieder van mij, ik versta nog niet die een paragraaf regel. Kan meneer het voor mij, hoeft me net mee weer.
Would it not be easier, Miss Kabai, if we go sentence by sentence, if you want to do this, and ask her, is that sentence true or is it a lie? So,
Die beter ons sin besin gaan, sodat u kan vra of dit is sin die waarheid is of dat leens is.
and not the whole paragraph. So we deal with from top to bottom, sentence by sentence.
Die hele paragraaf uitlees en net sin is.
Paragraph 2 was only one sentence, so that's fine. So when you got to the house, you say that you found Jacqueline Apollos with the 2 children, Requin and Joshlin Smith. Was that true or was it false?
Waar u sou sê, aankom by die huis was, het ek vir met Apollos en Requin en vir Joshlin gekry. Is dit waarheid of is dit leens?
Dis waar, my lord.
It's true, my lord.
The next sentence, you must provide.
Thank you, my lord. The next sentence, I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left.
She already said that was true. There's another sentence in between with 4 words that I didn't read. It reads, Rachel or Rachel was at work. Was that true or false?
Verband dat Rachel by die werk was, is dit waar of dit leens?
Dis waar, my lord.
And the last sentence is, I asked Jacqueline to give me a cigarette and then I left.
En waar u sê, ek het vir Jacqueline gevra vir sy sigaret en toe is ek weg.
Nie seker iets om te rook, maar dit is nou seker as hy voorgeskryf het.
Not a cigarette, I said something to smoke.
Oh, that is the part that is not true.
Is dit die verkeer? Is dit reg? Is dit die waarheid?
Soos die vrou vir my, toe ek die vrou gesê het, iets verrook, toe skryf die vrou seker.
I told the lady something to smoke and then she wrote a cigarette.
Now in your affidavit it's written cigarette. Is that the truth?
Sigaret, is dit die
Oh.
waarheid? Of leens?
Dit is waar.
It's not true.
Now we go to paragraph 4.
Paragraaf nummer 4.
I was at a friend's house
Ek was by 'n vriend se huis,
nearby Rachel's house.
naby Rachel se huis.
My kids were sleeping in my house.
My kinders het geslaap in my huis.
And I shouted at Jacqueline, asking him to send one of the children to go see if the kids are still sleeping.
Ek het toe aan Jacqueline uitgeroep. Ek het van die kinders gestuur om seker te gaan maak of die kinders nog slaap.
Dis waar.
That's true.
Shortly after that,
Kort na dit,
I went to Rachel's house
ek is van Rachel se huis toe.
and I saw that both her kids were still there.
Ek het toe gesien dat beide haar kinders nog daar was.
And I went to my house to check on my kids.
Ek is toe na my huis toe om te gaan kyk
Dit is
na die
waar.
kinders. That's true.
Paragraph number 5.
Vijfde paragraaf.
Shortly after I arrived at my house,
Kort nadat ek by my huis aangekom het,
Joshlin came in.
Joshlin het toe ingekom.
Dit is waar.
That's true.
My kids were awake and I took them
My kinders is toe wakker, ek het hulle toe geneem,
and we went to Rachel's house
gaan toe na Rachel se huis toe,
with Joshlin.
met Joshlin.
Dit is waar.
That's true.
Paragraph number 6.
Zesde paragraaf.
We were sitting inside the house because it was
Binne in die huis gesit, want
very hot outside.
as baie warm buite.
Dit is waar.
True.
Joshlin then went outside.
Joshlin is toe buite toe.
Dit is waar.
That's true.
Jacqueline asked her
Jacqueline
where
het gevra
she is going,
waarheen gaan sy?
and she said she is going to play.
Sy het toe gesê ek gaan speel
Outside.
buite.
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Outside is not written here.
Buite sy aangeskryf.
Dat is-
Last sentence. I did not stay long.
Ek het nie verlang daar gebly nie.
Then I went to my house.
Ek was toe na my huis toe.
Dat is correct.
Correct?
When I went to my house,
Toe ek na my huis toe gaan,
Joshlin was not back home.
Joshlin was nie terug by die huis nie.
And I left Jacqueline.
Ek het toe Jacqueline agtergelaat.
I left Jacqueline, Requeen, and Sheffy at Rachel's home.
En dat voor Jacqueline, Raquin en voor Steffi bij Rachel is achtergelaten.
Joshlin was not back home. Hij was IJsselwagen.
That's not true. I said Joshlin was not back home.
And the rest of the sentence?
En die
I left Rikun in Steffi in Buta achter te zwaar.
where I say I left Raquin, Puta and Steffi, that's true.
Last sentence. I do not know what is Sheffy's surname.
En weet je wat Steffi se van is nie?
Dat is waar.
That's true.
Now following is administration of oath.
Wat volgens nou die afleef van die eed, wat die edig word.
I know and
Do we
understand.
have to go there?
Okay.
You've already asked her about that, but
Okay.
I can see no purpose in reading that. It's just the oath.
Let us go to paragraph 2.
Ons gaan na paragraaf 2 toe. Tweede paragraaf.
On Monday, 19 February 2024, at about 12,
Maandag 2024.
I went to-
tweede maand so by 12:00.
I went to Rachel's house.
Ek is toe na Rachel se huis, Rachel se huis toe.
Which 12 are you referring to? 12 during the day or 12?
12:00 wat die tyd.
Dat was de ochtend geweest.
The morning.
We don't say that 12 is morning, we say it's afternoon.
12:00 is die oggend.
It's neither the morning nor the afternoon, it's midday.
Middag.
It's written 1200 hours.
It's midday, not the morning.
Are we really going to split hairs like that, Miss Kabai? Just get straight to the point.
This is the witness.
I'm not going to split hairs about whether 12 means this or that. Just put the question to her. But I'm not going to split hairs about it because it's irrelevant what the witness understands. When does the morning end? When does the afternoon start? The
With your-
point here is, you told the police you went there at 12 o'clock.
Hier die polisie gesê is daar hier 12:00.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right?
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
With your respect, I was not going to ask this witness anything regarding 12. My following question is as follows. In your evidence in chief,
En die hoofgetuie,
you testify that
u het getuig
you went to Kelly's place on the 19th of February 2024 in the morning.
U is na Kelly se huis toe die 19de van die tweede maand 2024 die jaar 2024 die oggend.
Dat is correct.
That's right.
But now in your statement you are saying you went there at midday.
Maar in verklaring sê u was daar na 12 uur die middag.
Zoals ik gezegd heb, toen ik die verklaring afgegeven, dan was het die waarheid geweest. En ik tegen wie dat het tijd geweest is, wat ik gegaan heb op bij vrouw gezeld zei. Dat ik niet in het datum tijd gegeven.
As I said, my Lord, the statement is not, the statement is not true. And about the time, I didn't know what the time was. I just gave that time.
But you confirmed the correctness of the contents of your statement.
Ik bevestig die geloofwaardigheid van die verklaring.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Did you tell Sergeant Sakobe that on paragraph 2 you were lying?
Het u vir Constable Segobe gesê in paragraaf 2 dat u leuns vertel?
Nee, my lord.
No.
She testified that she believed
Sy het getuig dat sy vir u geglo het.
that what you were telling her
Wat u vir haar gesê het,
was the truth.
was die waarheid.
What is your comment to that?
Wat is 'n kommentaar daarmee?
Ik was bang geweest om jullie waarheid voor haar te zeggen.
I was scared, my Lord, to tell her the whole truth.
Did she scare you
From
from telling the whole truth?
Het sê vir u bang gemaak
Nee, my lord.
om die waarheid op julle wat te praat? No.
Then what made you to be scared?
Wat het u toe bang gemaak?
Van ons het besluit, ons gaan voor niemand zeggen die waarheid.
Because we said we're not going to tell anyone the truth.
Who said so?
Wie het dit gesê?
Kelly.
Kelly.
Ons alle vier het besluit, ons gaan voor niemand zeggen. Kelly is in wat gaat aanmelden bij de politiestatie. Zij gaat Joshlin Smith aangemeld.
All four of us agreed we're not going to tell the truth, but Kelly will be the one going to report Joshlin missing.
Don't you think what you are saying was late already?
Don't
Because
in-
we didn't hear any evidence whether you were given this money. You didn't tell us that you were given this 1,000.
Don't
Why
you-
were you still keeping to the promise without you being given the 1,000?
Kom, dink jy nie dit was te laat geweest nie, want ek het gehoor of hy sê of hierdie geld gekry het nie.
Zij nog het geld voor mij gegeven, hij deed het.
At that stage, they haven't given me the money yet.
My point exactly.
Dat is my punt.
You had all the reasons to speak the truth
Jy het alle rede gehad om die waarheid te praat,
because you're not paid.
want jy is 'n betaling.
Zoals ik zei, ik was bang geweest om die waarheid voor haar te zeggen.
As I said, my Lord, I was scared to tell her the truth.
Now you are leaving me confused. I don't know which piece of evidence I must regard as truth from you.
Jy het my 'n bietjie deurmekaar, ek weet nie van watter van u se getuienis moet ek aanvaar as die waarheid.
I don't know whether I must believe that you were there in the morning or I must believe that you were there at midday.
Ek weet of ek glo u dat u daar was die oggend nie of die middag.
Ik was die ochtend daar geweest.
I was there in the morning.
In your statement,
In uw verklaring,
you don't mention
u maak geen melding
seeing my client
dat u
in the morning at Kelly's place.
dat u my klein so was in die oggend by Kelly se plek nie.
Soos ek gesê het, ek het nie hele waarheid gesê nie. Ek het net gepraat van Boeta.
As I said, my Lord, I didn't say all the whole truth. I only spoke about Buddha.
En die ander gedeelte het ek gepraat van Stefano.
And the other part I spoke about Stefano.
And which truth or which version do you want this court to be convinced that is the truth?
Watter weergawe wil hy die hof moet aanvaar as die waarheid?
Die 204 is die waarheid.
204 is the truth.
I'm not in 204, is it?
Listen, Kabai, the microphone's not picking up your voice.
Sorry. I'm not yet in 204.
Ons nog nie by 204.
I'm still in your oral evidence.
Do we have to go via the N7 to get there? Why can't we just get to the point? We've gone through, Mr. Harms covered a lot of the areas. I don't know if you want to take the whole month, feel free. But we need to get to the point. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nkambai. Can we just focus? We've dealt with this whole statement now. Do we have to go back to it? The 204 statement Mr. Harms dealt with in detail. We don't have to rehash it. Let's just get to the point of the credibility of this witness. But I get the impression we are covering the same ground over and over and over again, unnecessarily so, with all due respect. Thank you.
I am covering the instructions of my client. This is the first time I'm putting this to you. It's not over and over again.
I can't hear you, Ms. Nkabai.
I'm putting this to her for the first time.
Die eerste keer wat ek dit aan u gaan noem,
Well, then put it.
What is your comment?
I can't hear you, Ms.
That's the
Nkabai.
comment.
I know it's difficult because the microphone looks as if it doesn't pick up when you on the side of it. Because the question in English is the question for the record. And the interpretation in this case is done in Afrikaans. So if we don't pick it up, our record will be incomplete. And yes, it's uncomfortable.
Do I repeat my question, my lord?
Yes, please, because I didn't even hear it.
You don't hear.
Yeah, but can't somebody adjust the microphone? Because it's difficult for counsel, because she's trying to face the witness. So it's inevitable that she'll be speaking to the side of the microphone. Can we maybe adjust it at a different angle? There we go. Because when Ms. Kabai looks at the witness, when she asks the question, at least it will pick it up.
Okay.
Let's try.
Thank you. My last question to you was,
die laaste vraag aan u was,
in your evidence in chief,
en hoofgetuie,
you testify that
u het getuig,
on your arrival at Kelly's place,
met aankoms by Kelly se plek,
my client was amongst the people who were there.
my cliënt was tussen die mense wat daar was, saam met die mense wat daar was.
Now my question is, why that doesn't appear in your affidavit.
Daarom vraag ik me van jou, kom dit op in die verklaring. Dat is in die verklaring aangebring nie.
Soos ek gesê het, ek het die hele gebeurtenis vir haar vertel.
I didn't tell her the whole thing that happened.
I'm not asking you the whole thing that happened.
Ek vra nie u wat alles gebeur het nie.
I'm asking you specifically about my client.
Ek vra vir spesifiek oor my kliënt.
Your evidence in chief, you were bold that my client was there in the morning.
En hoofgetuie was u seker dat my kliënt daar was die oggend.
That piece of evidence doesn't appear in your affidavit.
Maar daai getuienis kom nie op in 'n verklaring op nie.
Why you didn't mention it?
Kom ek dit gaan noem nie.
Ek het die antwoord.
I don't have an answer.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So you lied under oath.
So u het leuns vertel onder eed.
My Lord, at which stage?
We're dealing with that statement.
As the court pleases, my Lord.
So, you've already told us that you lied
U het klaar gesê u het
to the
leuns
police
vertel.
at that stage.
That's correct,
Dan
my
staan dit by
lord.
die polisie.
But the importance of the question further is it was under oath.
Belangrijkste is dat u onder eed was.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right, my lord.
Why did you lie under oath?
Hoekom het u onder eed gelieg?
Want ek was my volle positief geweest, nie.
I
Ek
wasn't
was
in my
bang
full positive.
geweest.
I was scared.
But you didn't tell Sergeant Sokobe that you were scared.
Maar u het nie vir die sergeant gesê dat u bang was nie.
Ek het nie vir haar gesê nie.
I didn't tell her.
You made her to believe that what you were telling her is the truth.
U het haar laat glo wat u vir haar sê die waarheid is.
Ek het net vir haar gesê wat gebeur het en dit is die hele waarheid.
I just told her what happened. It was not the whole truth.
And as a result, she continued with her statement.
Dit het geleid dat sy aangegaan het met die verklaring. Voortgegaan het met die verklaring.
That's correct.
That's right.
Why did you fool her?
Kom met u vir gevloos. My bos gelei. Kom met u vir gelieg.
Omdat ek, soos ek gesê het voorheen,
As I said previously, my lord,
ek het nie van vertrou nie en was nie ek het nie van vertrou nie. Ek het die hele waarheid vir haar gesê nie.
I didn't tell her the whole truth.
You knew what you were telling her was not true, but
But u vir gesê dat u het geweet dit was nie die waarheid nie.
Kan ek
But after that, you confirmed the correctness of the contents of your statement. That means you knew the time you were giving her your statement that you were lying.
Alhoewel u verklaring gegee het dat u geweet u praat nie die waarheid nie. U praat leuns.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 5 of your statement.
Gaan naar paragraaf 5 toe van die verklaring. 5de paragraaf.
You are saying in that paragraph, shortly
Is een verklaring kort na
After I arrived at my house,
by my huis aangekom het.
Joshlin came in.
Joshlin het toe ingekom.
My kids were awake,
My kinders was toe wakker.
and I took them and we went to Rachel's house with Joshlin.
Ek neem toe vir hulle. Ons is toe na Rochelle se huis toe met Joshlin.
Is that true?
Is dit waarheid?
As waarheid.
That's true.
My instructions are that
Instruksie is die volgende.
while my client was there at Kelly's place,
Toe my cliënt daar was by Kelly se plek,
you were smoking inside the house, you and Buta.
hier in Boeta het binne in die huis gerook.
You stood at the door,
Hier het by die deur gestaan.
you called Joshlin,
Hier toe vir Joshlin geroep.
you went to your house
Hier is toe na die huis toe
With Joshlin.
with Joshlin.
met Joshlin.
Dat is nie waar nie.
That's not true.
And after you called Joshlin and then you went with her,
Nadat u vir Joshlin geroep het, is hy toe met haar
she never came back.
weg. Het sy nooit weer teruggekeer het.
Dat is nie waar nie.
That's not true.
Thank you, my Lord. Now you heard that Joshlin got missing.
What?
You heard, it was reported that Joshlin now has disappeared.
U het toe gehoor dat Joshlin toe vermis is.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Did you partake in a search?
Het u deelgeneem om vir te soek?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Why?
Hoekom?
Ek was by die huis met my 2 kinders.
I was at home with my 2 kids.
Those kids were there, but you could manage to go to Buta's place. You will stay there, you will go, you watch what is happening at the polo. Those kids were there.
Die kinders was daar gewees, eers toe na Boetas hulle se plek toe, ek kyk na die polo, met die kinders daar.
Die kinders was nie saam met my gewees wat vir Kelly dopgehou nie.
When I was watching Kelly, the kids were not with me.
You testified the other day that you had a helper
Hy het gesê hy het 'n helper gehad.
who will take care of your kids. Why you didn't ask this helper to take care of your kids? Then you joined the search.
Waar ek kon hierdie persoon gevra het om vir te help om na die kind te kyk en gaan help met die soektog.
Sy was by die huis gewees.
She was at home.
Why you didn't call her?
Kom het in vir 'n geroep nie.
Omdat sy was by die huis gewees.
Because she was at home.
Toe vra ek vir haar om my kinders by haar te hou.
They asked her to keep the children with her.
When you say she was at home, she used the Afrikaans expression by die huis. Now, whether that is translated as your home or at the house, so I just need to clear that up. When you say she was by die huis, whose house are you referring to?
Nou wie sê sy vir sy was by die huis?
Die vrou mense huis.
The lady's house.
So that will be her home.
Haar huis.
And where does she stay?
Waar bly sy? Waar woon sy?
Sy bly net so knap na Ayanda. Sy bly nie te ver van Ayanda af nie.
Just shortly after Ayanda, but she doesn't say far from Ayanda.
Yes, thank you.
My question remains unanswered. Why you didn't call her
Kom het nie vir
to
geroep nie.
come and look for your kids, then you joined the search?
So dat sy na die kinders kyk sodat hy kan gaan help soek.
Ek het nie vir haar gevra nog af aan nie.
I didn't ask her that.
You didn't see the search important?
Just one moment.
Oh, sorry.
The question asked was why not?
Kom nie.
Why did you not ask her?
Kom het nie vir gevra nie.
Omdat ik zo gevoel dat ik ga niet van vragen. Nie.
I felt I'm not going to ask him, my Lord.
Yes, thank you.
You didn't see the search important for you?
Het u nie hierdie soektog beag as belangrik nie?
Dat is correct, dat is belangrijk.
It was important.
But you didn't make any efforts
Maar het in geen
to
poging
join
gewend
the search?
om te help om die soektog nie. Maar u het nie gehelp om die soektog met die soektog nie.
Ik heb meneer nog gepraat.
Nee, ik wacht. I'm waiting on an answer.
Wag vir 'n antwoord.
Sorry. Kan mevrouw of mij weer herhalen alsjeblieft?
Can you please repeat that for me again?
You said the search was important.
U het gesê die soektog is belangrik.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Just repeat the question because that was why I looked surprised. When I looked at you, I was waiting for the next answer because I was surprised at that answer you just gave. You want to follow up or should I follow up?
Please, my lord.
Miss Lombard, the longer I sit here,
Langer ek so sit juffrou Lombaard,
the more surprises I get.
ek kry meer verrassings.
And I'll explain to you
Ek sal aan
why
u
I'm saying
verduidelik
that.
hoekom ek sê dit.
You knew the search is senseless,
U het geweet hierdie soektog
according to your evidence.
is van geen benul nie, volgens u getuienis.
Not so?
Is dit nie so nie?
Dat is correct, my lord.
So why would you think the search is important?
As u dan geweet het dat hierdie soektog geen benul het nie, hoekom sê u dan hierdie soektog was belangrik?
Want soos ek die mense gesien het, die mense soek na Joshlin en er was baie mense gewees, dat ook ek nog gesê het, dit was important gewees. Maar ek het myself gesê, nee, ek ga nie vir Joshlin gaan soekie, want julle nog nie die geld vir my gegee nie.
As I said, my Lord, I could see the number of people looking, searching for Joshlin, that was important. And at that stage I decided I'm not going because
Okay.
Kelly hasn't given me the money yet.
When you were asking her these questions, and she said she had sold the child to the Sangoma,
Toe u vir vra toe en toe sê en vir u sê dat sy die kind verkoop het in Sangom.
did she tell you where they're going to take the child?
Het sy vir u gesê waarheen vat hulle die kind?
Nee, my lord.
No.
What did you think?
Wat het u gedink?
Ek het vir myself gedink, vir myself gevra, hoekom sy dit gedoen het en ek weet nie vir wat het sy dit gedoen nie.
I just thought to myself, ask myself as to why did she do it? She
But
didn't
what
say
did you
why did she do it?
What did you think? Where are they going to take her?
Wat het u gedink? Waarheen sou hulle haar neem?
Soos ek kan verstaan, soos ek vir myself het afgeleid, my eie afleidings gemaakt het, is dat
My own assumption, my Lord.
sy gaan vir Joshlin saam met die persone vat, gaat sy nou saam met Joshlin, ry saam met die mense.
She's going to take Joshlin with the people, and then she's going to drive with Joshlin and his people.
And where will they take Joshlin?
Waarheen sal hulle dan Joshlin neem?
Ek sal nie weet die meneer.
I wouldn't know, my Lord.
You didn't think about that?
U het nie daarvan gedink?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Now, you were taken by the police
U was toe geneem deur die polisie
on the 13th of March 2024,
die
if I'm
13de
not
van Maart van
mistaken.
verlede jaar, as ek nie 'n fout maak nie.
Wie was by die polisie?
U is geneem deur die polisie die 13de van die 3de maand 2024, as ek nie 'n fout maak nie.
Ik weet nog niet van die datum, maar ik weet ik was bij die politiestatie.
I don't know about the date, but I know I was at the police station.
Just remember, we're not talking about these other people. Talking about when you were taken in. You told us you didn't know you were arrested. That led to you going to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
Yeah, but that was no.
That's what we're talking about.
Polisie vir u geneem het en waar u gesê het u was nie seker of gearresteer was nie, toe het u gaan praat met kaptein Sylvia, die vrou met die grys kop. Dit is wat van dat of no van ons nou mee besig is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Do you still remember the first day you appeared in court?
Kan u nog die eerste dag van verskyning nog onthou?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
What was that date?
What was the datum?
Die datum van was het 2 weken terug wat ik hier geweest heb. Ik bedoel die datum, my lord.
No, it's clear the witness didn't understand the question. She's talking about appearing in this court. I've told the council a couple of times now already, let us be precise with this witness. For many witnesses, they will get the question. I don't know what the reason is, but the witness doesn't get the question. It seems to me we are now going to when you appeared for the first time in the magistrate's court. I take it that was at Vredenburg.
Ons neem het nou die tyd wat u vir die eerste keer so verskyn het in Vredenburg voor 'n landros kantoor.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Right. So if I was told the other day that you were taken in, you were processed on the 15th.
U was toe ingeneem, u was toe geproseseer op die 15de. In ander woorde in die
So
plaas 15de.
it would have been within 2 days of that date.
As 2 dae van in die dae.
So you were arrested,
U was gearresteer.
then you were taken to Captain Sylvia,
U is toegeneem na kaptein Sylvia.
and I've jumped a few of the hurdles, and thereafter you were taken before the magistrate in the lower court.
Na dit is u toegeneem na die landros in die Laarhof.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
Dat is correct, my
No,
lord.
this is what you're being asked about.
Dit is wat
Yes.
die
Thank you, Ms. Nkabari.
prokureur vir u vra.
Do you still remember which date was that?
Kan u nog onthou wat is die datum wat u vir die eerste keer voor die landros sou verskyn het in die Laarhof?
Ik kan niet onthou die date.
I can't recall the date, I can't remember the date, my lord.
Thank you. My lord, I'm going to start a very new type of cross-submission.
No, you can continue. We will continue till 1 o'clock. Then we're going to take a half an hour adjournment, and then we're going to sit this afternoon till we're done with this witness.
I had
So you can continue.
My lord?
You can continue even if it's a new aspect. We will take a half an hour adjournment from 1 o'clock till 1:30. And then we will start again, and then we're going to sit this afternoon for as long as is necessary.
My lord, I have a request that if we adjourn now, then we start at 1:30.
No,
It's 12:30.
no, we're going on now. I've already said what I'm going to do. We will adjourn at 1, and I'll give you the reason for it. If I adjourn now,
Yes.
I'm not going to adjourn for an hour today. I'm going to shorten the lunch break. But if I adjourn now, the accused food will not be here yet. Then I'm going to be asked in chambers, but can we delay? Can we delay? I won't allow any further delays. Council wants to get to the point, we can get through it quicker. But today I'm going to sit. You better prepare yourself. It might be late. You can continue. We'll take the break at 1 o'clock.
The part that I wanted to start now, my Lord, needs copies. I wanted to ask the register to prepare me those copies.
What copies? Of what?
The copies, I would need the witness to have a copy.
Of what?
Of the
Copies of what?
of the document.
Of
that
what document?
I'm going to be questioning her about.
Which documents are we referring to?
It's A53. as
I
per
don't
our-
have of course, I don't have access to the police docket, so I don't know what you're talking about. Is it an exhibit before the court?
Yes. No, not yet, my Lord. But it comes from the docket.
So I'm sure they will have more than one copy, because all your colleagues will have copies. There are 2 prosecutors, and I don't know how many policemen there are on the investigation team. I saw somewhere there's a team. So there will be multiple copies. So the original can come up to me if you're going to hand it up. And one of the parties there can give the witness a copy if the witness needs to follow. And in future, and I know that I've taken a lot of your time this morning, because I asked you to be here early, because we need to discuss some logistics, which I may or may not make an announcement about later, subject to confirmation from our office. So yes, there was some running around this morning, but let's see. A56.
A53, my Lord.
53.
Yes, A53.
A53 from your docket. I'll be happy to take a copy now if needs be. Can it be so difficult to find a document?
I'm sorry, but there's A53, A53B. I'm just trying to determine exactly what the my learned colleague is referring to. J88, medical examination
Of
Yes,
whom?
J88.
Of whom?
of the witness before court.
So it looks like a J88. I can see the sketches on the back of the document that Ms. Nkabaya has. So just
No
get me a
problem.
copy. Why are you taking so long?
Can you just give it?
Or do you want me to adjourn? It looks to me as you're playing for time so that I can adjourn.
No, my lord. No, my lord. We are just trying to determine and establish if we are referring to the same document. I think it's the A53.
So just get me the document. Right. A53. Ms. Nkabaya, I just want to check. I've got the original here. It was done by Dr. C.G. De Wet, 12th of March, 2024. This is the front page. Don't know whether that's examination. What does this have to do with the J88, the front page that I have here? What does Detective Sergeant Bovana's consent have to do with the medical legal examination?
My lord, actually nothing, but that's how it was received. That's how it was filed in the document.
Are you going to make reference to this document on the face of A53? It's a SAP 30 something. Because it doesn't seem to have any reference to the J88. Don't even know whether it has anything to do with this case. Which document are you going to refer to, Ms.
It's
Kabai?
written, my lord, examination in a case, that is the heading. But
Well-
when you go down, second paragraph, is having,
I don't know whether this has anything to do with this J88. It's not identified as such.
but that's the way my lord will receive them. It was
Well,
like this.
I'm not sure. I can tell you that the J88, it's the first time I see this document on a J88. This is the consent of a police officer on the grounds of written affidavits or by a police service official and a medical practitioner given to him. I'm talking about this will now be Sergeant Bovana. Consent to the medical examination of nobody, because nothing is filled in here. I also consent to the collection of all necessary specimens. And this is signed at Vredenburg on the 12th of March. The document, the report on the medical legal examination, if you want to go there, is the document that is on the next page, on the stapled pages. But I know what happened in the confession. There were also papers mixed up. So I don't even know whether this has anything to do with this report. Because I had a quick look at it. Dr. De Wet refers to this matter. It's got a Langebaan police station. It's got a Langebaan CAS number. Forty of 3 of 2024. So whether it has anything to do with our case, this case, or whether it's the assault case. Remember she said they went to report that abduction and stuff to the police. Because it refers to a Langebaan case and not the Saldanha case 24 of 3, 2024 that we have here. What do you want to refer to here, Ms. Nkabai?
I want to refer the witness to the injuries that...
So we don't need this front page, it's got nothing
No,
to do with
not
it.
at all, my lord.
Yeah, can somebody just take... I don't know how people prepare. So, yes, so we have the J88, so let's go straight to the injuries then. The examination seems to be done on the 15th of March, 2024 by a Dr. C.G. De Wet. And it was done at Vredenburg Hospital at approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Where is that? Just to get some context. Because I recall the times on Exhibit 1. Can you remember you were taken the same day you were with Captain Sylvia, you were taken to Vredenburg Hospital?
En u onthou dieselfde dag wat u met kapitein Sylvia was, dat u na Vredenburg Hospitaal geneem was.
Ik weet daarvan, my lord.
I know that, man.
And it seems to be earlier that day because you were there with her later, 6 o'clock, around about at 6. Can you recall that?
En u onthou sy presies en dan ook.
That's correct, my
So
lord.
you're now going to be asked questions about the medical report that the doctor filled in.
U gaan 'n vraag gevra word oor die mediese verslag wat die dokter sou uitgevul het. Ingevul het.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Miss Lombard, after your arrest,
Na arrestatie,
is there anything that happened to you while in custody that necessitated you to be taken for medical examination?
het enig iets met u gebeur toe u in hegtenis was, wat veroorsaak het dat u moet mediese onderzoek kry, hulp kry,
As het nou die tijd dat in de gevangenis geweest is.
in gevangenis, ja.
On that day,
Op die dag,
the 15th of March,
15 van maart,
it is the day that you were sent to, you were taken by a constable George, it seems, from this report,
waar u weer
to Vredenburg Hospital.
de constable George genomen naar Vredenburg Hospitaal.
And the doctor noted it was not as a result of an assault. He says no assault, routine examination.
Dit was ter wille van enige aanvaling, net 'n routine onderzoek.
Dat is correct,
Can you
my
recall
lord.
that? Now the question is, between the time, and we now know it was approximately the 13th and the 15th, were there any reason for the police to take you to hospital because of injuries you sustained?
Tussen die 13 en 15 het daar enige iets gebeur waartoe hulle die polisie u moet neem na vir mediese onderzoek. Het enige iets plaasgevind?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Thank you. I will want you to go to, there are no pages in this,
You want to go to
but to
page?
the
You want to
diagram.
go to page 4 of 6 or 6 of 6?
The one, my lord, that is marked injuries, that is showing the injuries. This page.
Yeah, but that must be read with. It must be read with section F on page 4 of 6. Six of 6 have the anatomy of a body, and it's marked, but it doesn't give you the full narration of the marks, and that's found under section F of the J88. It's been like this for the last number of years.
Okay.
My lord,
It used to be very different.
ik kon op mij bij, ik val op mij bij, maar het was voor mij borsten geweest. De borst was vol melk en toen ga ik naar het hospitaal toe.
Now I remember it was for my test, because they were quite full, I had to go through them.
So, Ms. Nkabai, I don't want to, you know,
I've got one.
if I look at if, there were no new injuries, right? There were old scars, etc. But if it is not about this case, which on what the witness says, if I have to accept that, do we really have to go into this?
With due respect, I ask the court to be patient with me. I'm only going to have 3 questions to this witness regarding this.
So get
On
to
point.
So get to the questions on point, as you say.
I want us to go to the diagrams. You are not a doctor, but you just show, I want you said the reason why you were taken to the hospital is because your breasts were full.
He said the reden waarom u to the hospital geneem dat u was vol was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Correct?
Were you examined on that issue, the issue of full breasts?
Was u onderzoek in verband met die borst?
Ik heb voor die dochter geweest van mijn borst wat vol is. Toen zei die dochter van mij af mij op medicatie zit.
I showed the doctor my breast which were full, and the doctor said,
Voor medicatie.
put me on medication.
Oh, en ik basering zit die.
And I don't have any injuries.
Okay. Can you quickly go to page 6 of the same document?
Says van 6, 7 document. 6 of 6.
In that diagram were shown injuries
Hierdie diagram is
on the right and left arm.
Daar's beserings aangedui op die linker en regterarm.
My Lord, my apologies, but it is clearly noted as old scars, not injuries.
I've told Ms. Kabai there, she says he's got 3 questions. I've got vote the first statement. Let's wait for the questions.
My learned colleague, and the report here is referring to the injuries in this J88 as old injuries. I'll accept that for now.
Vader is really oud, I wonder is for now.
Now the injuries that are shown at page 6 of 6. How did you sustain those injuries?
Beserings wat aangedui is op hierdie bladsy, hoe dit dit bekom.
Die dokter het vir my gesê ek moet vir my uittrek en dan moet ek van wys waar ek seer het. Toe sê hy nee, maar ek het die seer, toe vraag my van die nokke wat op my arm is. Toe sê ek vir hom, maar dis ou nokke. Toe sê hy nee, maar ek kan sien dis ou nokke.
The doctor said I must undress my lord to see if there's any injuries. Then they asked about the knocks, as the witness would say. Then I told the doctor it's old knocks, and then he also confirmed I can see that they were old knocks.
I've heard about the age of the knocks, and my question is not about the age. My question is to when did you sustain those injuries that you say they were old?
Wanneer het dit gekry?
Dis lang terug wat ek die nok op my arm het.
It's a long time that I'm having these knocks on my arm, my lord.
How long was that? 2 years? 3 years?
Ja, 3 jaar.
Dis die tyd dat ek by my broer se plek op bly het.
It was a time when I was residing at my brother's place.
And when was that?
Wanneer was dit?
Dit was 2018.
2018.
The time you were residing at your brother's place, you sustained these injuries.
Die tyd toe u met die broer gebly het, u die beserings gekry.
And you are saying the year was 2018.
En u sê die jaar was 2018 gewees.
Dis korrek.
And how did you sustain them? What happened to you for you to sustain these injuries on your arms?
Wat het dit veroorsaak? Wat het die beserings gemaak? Hoe dit veroorsaak? Wat het dit veroorsaak?
Ek het geval.
I fell.
Toe val ek in 'n bottel.
I fell into a bottle. Glass.
You fell on the bottle in 2018. Okay.
Glass bottle in 2018.
Okay. If my learned colleagues can help me with 822. 822.
822.
It's another J88, my lord. It's J88 of Stephen van Rijn.
Well. How can she comment on a J88 of Stephen van Rijn?
He's not going to comment on that, my lord. But the injuries that are marked, that are marked on Stevino, they are similar.
But how can this witness answer to that? She told you the injuries on her body, and these are not injuries, these are scars. They all on the left arm. One was on the outside of the arm. There's one here on the inside of the arm, and one of the 3, there were 3 total scars on the left arm. One was actually a burn mark. There were 2 cuts, and the other was an old burn mark, like I would have on my arms.
Can I perhaps...
Sometimes. But how can this witness comment about injuries on somebody else? Explain to me why it would be admissible. Because she will give an opinion on something that A, she's not qualified on. And B, she wasn't asked whether she saw any injuries on his body. Leave that for when you get to that point, and I suspect on what I've been told in the plea explanations that we will most probably go into trials within trials, but then the doctor can come and testify. But I'm not going to allow those questions to this witness.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Yes. Shall I mark this as an exhibit? Because it's got no evidentiary value in this case.
Yes.
You want me to mark it as an exhibit?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, we'll just try and grow the record. Where were we last? X, so this will be Y.
What in Y?
Y with a long leg. Thank you.
My lord, the time is 1.
It's 1 o'clock. We're going to adjourn till 1:30. We shall resume at 1:30. The court will adjourn. The witness is still under oath. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. There is an affidavit of Raquel, A78, that I intend handing in court, my lord. I would respectfully request the court to, when I hand it tomorrow, to give me that chance to hand it tomorrow, because I don't have the copy with me now.
No, that's fine. But you're going to finish your cross-examination today. Because you can continue. I don't know how long it's still going to be, but we found a copy of that J88, Exhibit Y, earlier. So I'm sure they'll be able to find a copy, but my registrar can go and make a copy. And that can be done whilst we're busy with some other stuff. I said yesterday we must try and finish this witness today. I was not joking. And when I say we're going to sit possibly till late, I'm serious. I started my court this morning at 7:15. I think we did the first matters. So it's not uncommon for me to start my court at 8 o'clock or earlier. If we carry on like this, we'll start earlier tomorrow morning and we'll sit late every day. Maybe it's appropriate to say that I haven't had final confirmation, but the court will in all probability be back here next week and the week thereafter, except for Monday. We're busy putting the final arrangements in place. I'm saying this to the public so that they know. A lot of us had to change all our personal arrangements, cancel some of us trips and medical appointments, etc. And it's court recess, but we will try and be and run this matter. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai. You may proceed. Give the document to Ms. Naidu Chetty and she can make the copies in the meantime.
Thank you.
I would now just how many copies? My colleague refers to the A78, that's the second affidavit. They do actually go together. Does she also wish to have the first one handed in?
Maybe print both. Just give her the numbers. A78
And A6.
A6 and A78. Just so that we have enough copies available. Council can then decide what you want to hand up. I suspect it will be admitted provisionally at this stage, as it might contain certain information, so I'll admit it provisionally when we get to that point. But in the meantime, it can be printed. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Sorry. Ms. Lombard, I'm going to put questions to you regarding your 204 statement.
Ik ga voor u vragen en verband met die 204 verklaren.
If my learned colleagues can help me and furnish you with the same.
Exhibit X.
Confession. Ik ga voor u vragen over de 204 verklaren.
Thank you. Can we quickly go to paragraph 42?
Kom ons naar paragraaf 42 toe. Just one was good to know.
Are you there?
I will
Paragraph 42, my lord.
I will read paragraph 42. My paragraph 42 is written in English.
Ik ga vir u uitlees in paragraaf 42 wat is in Engels.
Kelly did not speak softly.
Kelly het nie sag gepraat nie.
Stevino must have heard what she said in the house.
Stefano moes gehoor het wat sy gesê het in die huis.
When I was outside, I could hear what Buddha and Kelly were talking inside the house before I entered.
Het ek kon hoor wat Buddha en Kelly van praat voor ek in die huis was.
Yes.
In your evidence in chief,
En die hoofgetuie,
when we are referring to this part of evidence,
toe u nou melding gemaak het van hierdie gedeelte van getuienis,
you said
u het gesê
Stevino also heard what Kelly said.
Stefano het ook gehoor wat Kelly gesê het.
Now, when I look at these statements,
As ek kyk na hierdie verklaring,
in your 204,
aan die 204,
she must have heard.
jy moes gehoor het.
And then in your evidence in chief, she heard. She also heard.
Hy het gehoor.
My interpretation might be wrong, but in your 204 statement,
My vertaling mag moontlik verkeerd is, maar in die 204 getuie verklaring,
there's a doubt. He must have heard.
daar's waar hy moes gehoor het.
It's not like in your evidence in chief when you said he also heard.
As hy dieselfde
He also
op getuies was hy gesê dat hy het gehoor. In die verklaring sê hy moes gehoor het. In die getuienis en hoof het hy gesê hy het gehoor.
Do I make sense?
Maak ek sin?
Dat maakt zin.
Yes, it makes sense.
And what is your comment?
Wat is die kommentaar?
Stefano weet bij het kan gezet door Kelly en Buddha praten in huis.
Stefan was sitting outside whilst Buddha and Kelly were speaking inside the house.
En Kelly het die zacht gepraat en Kelly heeft hard gepraat.
Kelly wasn't speaking softly, she was speaking very loud.
That was not my question.
Dit is nie my vraag nie.
In your evidence in chief,
In die hoofgetuie,
you are saying
hy sê
Stevino also heard.
Stefano het ook gehoor.
In 204, you are giving him a benefit of doubt.
In 204 gee hom die voordeel van twyfel.
Now, I want to now to explain before this court.
Ek wil net iemand verduidelik en voor hierdie hof.
What you said in your 204
Wat u gesê het in die 204 verklaring
and what you said in your evidence in chief.
en wat u so in hom gesê het in hoofgetuie.
My lord, kan my lord vir my miskien 'n beter.
I put it differently. Do you know whether he heard?
Weet u dat hy gehoor het?
Dat is correct, my lord.
How do you know that?
Hoe weet u dit?
Weet ek of hy kan gehoor het.
I want to know from you, not of hy kan gehoor het, of hy gehoor het, whether he heard.
Of hy gehoor het, hoe weet u dat hy gehoor het?
That was not my question. Question was, do you know whether he heard?
Weet u of hy gehoor het?
Dis correct, my lord, het gehoor.
Hoe weet hy dit? How do you know
How do you know that?
Ek het buite gestaan, my lord.
I was standing outside, my lord.
How do you know that he heard?
Hoe weet u hy het gehoor?
Vanuit by die dieren staan, Kelly het daar te sag gepraat nie.
Because we were standing at the door and Kelly wasn't speaking softly, my lord.
Do I understand the answer correctly?
Verstaan
What
ek
you're
die
saying by
antwoord reg?
implication is, he must have heard because of the way she was speaking.
Verstaan ek mooi dat u so sê, hy moes gehoor het, want sy het die sag gepraat.
Dis correct, my lord.
Good. Now the question from counsel is that that's what you said in the 204 statement.
In die 204 verklaring sê hy moes gehoor het.
But when you testified, when Ms. Swanepoel was asking you questions,
Toe u toe getuig het toe die staatsaanklaer vir u vra,
you were positive that he heard.
u was positief geweest dat hy het gehoor.
You didn't say should have heard, would have heard.
U
You
het
said
gesê
he
hy moes
heard.
gehoor het, hy so gehoor het.
Now why did you say that when you were led by the prosecutor?
Kom het u gesê, dit gesê toe die aanklaer vir u toe lei.
Ek het die antwoord, my lord.
I don't have an answer, my lord.
I put to you, thank you, my lord. I put to you,
Stel het aan u,
you cannot come to court
u kan nie hof toe kom
and say my client has heard
en kan sê dat my kliënt gehoor het nie.
because somebody else was speaking louder. You don't know his hearing abilities.
Omdat 'n persoon so hard gepraat het, u weet nie wat te sê vermoë van lei van God hoor nie.
Any comment?
Nog 'n kommentaar?
Nee, meneer.
No comment, my lord.
Thank you.
Now let's go to 44,
44,
paragraph 44.
paragraaf 44.
Yes.
I'm reading it in English.
Ek gaan dit weer lees in Engels.
I told Kelly,
Ek het vir Kelly gesê,
it is not about money.
dit is nie oor geld nie.
I'll stop there. If it was not about money,
As dit nie oor geld was nie,
why did you go to Bota and ask Bota whether Kelly has left money for you?
as dit nie vir geld was nie, kom mes u toe na Boeta toe en vir Boeta gevra of Kelly nie vir by u geld agtergelaat het nie.
Want Kelly het vir my gesê, sy gaan vir my teisene gaan gee, dat sy rede hoekom ek na Boeta toe gegaan het. Om te laat vra of Kelly die geld by hom gelos het, miskien, of gesê het van die geld wat sy met my moet gee nie.
Because Kelly said she's going to give me 1,000 rand. That's why I went to Boeta to find out if the money was not with him, because she promised me 1,000 rand. If the money was not left with him.
I don't think you understood my question, but I'll pass.
Ek dink u het my vraag verstaan nie, maar ek gaan verby.
If it was not about money, why did you wake up in the morning of
19th.
of the 19th you raid this money again? If it was not about money,
As dit nie oor geld was nie, kom sou u die 19de oggend opstaan en weer gaan vra oor die geld as dit oor geld was nie.
Ek gaan altyd na huis toe, ook vroeg.
I also always go to her house.
That was not the question.
Die vraag is,
The question is, you
Vraag
went
is,
there to
wie
go
is
and
daarheen?
ask about money.
u gaan vra oor geld.
Dis correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now,
Vraag is,
the question is, you went there to go and ask about money.
Dis correct, my lord.
But why? If you're not interested in the money.
As jy nie belangstel in die geld,
Sy iemand vir my beloof van die geld, dat is die rede hoekom ek voor na huis toe gegaan het om te gaan luister vir die geld.
she's the one who promised me the money. That's why I went to her house to go and find out about the money.
Can I just clear this up? Do you understand the concern expressed by Ms. Nkabai?
Verstaan u die kommer wat die prokureur uitspreek?
I purposefully don't want to interpret in my own case. No, that's why I just pause. Do you understand it? And I'll give you the context.
Verstaan u die kommer gaan vir u meer?
Do you understand why she has a concern?
Waarom het sy kommer?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
I'll try and explain to you,
Gaan probeer om vir u te verduidelik.
and maybe it'll shorten the proceedings as well. And I'm going to go the long route, so I'm going to go via Veldrift back to Saldanha. Nkabai started yesterday on a particular line of your upbringing and being a mother and being concerned. Can you recall that?
Gister het die prokureur begin waar u opgegroei, u het 'n moeder geword. Kan u dit nou?
Dat is correct.
Dat
And this
correct,
morning she took you on a detour, maybe appropriately, about the oath and the love of God and so forth.
Oggend het sy vergeneem om pad in verband met die eed, die liefde vir God en alles en so voort.
Here you say that you overheard and witnessed. Remember, we're now on the Monday morning. Joshlin has not yet left Middelpos.
U sê het gehoor en het gesien, dit is nou die maandagoggend.
But
Ons
you
is
know
nog
the-
weg uit Middelpos uit nie.
You know the plan
U het kennis
According
van
to
die
you.
plan volgens u
that she was going to sell Joshlin to a Sangoma.
dat sê vir Joshlin sou verkoop aan 'n sangoma, aan 'n sangoma.
You tell us that you had no concern about the money, but the first thing you do getting up the Monday morning, you're going to ask her about the plan. You're going to ask, we spoke to Buddha, but you're going to ask about the plan, how the plan is going to work, and whether she left money for you.
U sê die geld is van belang, u het die kommer nie, maar u bel tog die maandagoggend het u opgestaan, na Boeta toe gaan uitvind oor die geld.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
Dat is correct, my lord.
And one can take it one step further.
Gaan dit 'n bietjie verder neem?
Because when we dealt with Exhibit O, that's the statement you gave to the constable on the Tuesday afternoon.
Ons gaan na die verklaring wat u so die constable gered het die
You told us that you still kept on with the lie because you were still expecting to get your money.
u het voortgegaan om leuns te vertel want u het nog verwag om die geld te kry.
Do you understand?
Verstaan u?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Do you now understand the question
Verstaan
that's
nou
posed by Ms. Nkabai?
Verstaan nou die vraag wat die prokureur vir u vra.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now, will you answer?
Kan u antwoord?
Kan ieder van mij weer herhalen, alsjeblieft?
Can you please repeat it for me?
The money was not important to you, but the first thing you do, opening your eyes, doing some homework, you go there, you ask about the money.
Die geld was nie van belang van volgens u nie, maar die volgende wat u opstaan, is die toch direct aan die plek toe waar u iets vraagt voor die geld.
Dat was belangrijk voor geweest, meneer my lord.
It was important, my lord.
Why?
Kom.
Why was it important?
Hoekom was die geld belangrijk?
Want sy het vir my beloof dat sy gaan geld vir my gee, dus kom ek gegaan in huis toe.
Because she promised me that she's going to give me the money. That's the reason why I went to her house, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Kabai.
Says a woman who described herself as a responsible and a caring mother.
Sy persoon, 'n dame, wat iself beskryf as 'n verantwoordelike, maar wat omgee.
That this 1,000 was important to her.
Dat die R1000 was belangrijk bij haar geweest.
She told us in court the transaction about this 1,000.
Sy het vertel in verband met die transactie van die R1000.
This is the question now. Do you want to still continue describing yourself as a loving and caring mother?
Wil u nog voortgaan of u te beskryf as 'n liefdevolle en 'n ma wat omgee?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Do you still want to be this woman who was taught about God?
Wil u nog voortgaan as hierdie dame wat opgegroeid het en opgevoed wat in verband met God?
That's correct.
Thank you. Paragraph. Let's go to I'll skip the other things. Let's go to paragraph 47.
47.
I have a ruling on paragraph number 46, so I won't touch paragraph 46. Let's go to paragraph 47.
Ons gaan na paragraaf 47 toe.
The four of us,
Vier van ons,
in brackets, me, Kelly, Buddha, and Stevino,
myself, Kelly, Buddha en Stefano,
spoke, and everyone agreed to not tell the police.
het gepraat en almal het toe ingestem dat ons die polisie gaan sê.
We decided that Kelly will report the disappearance, but we will not tell the police anything.
Ons het toe besluit dat sy die polisie gaan inlig in verband met die verdwijning, maar ons gaan die polisie niks sê.
You keep on telling the court that you spoke, that you agreed. But I don't hear the words, I don't know the speech. What is it that you were saying, you were talking about? We spoke.
U sê u het gepraat, van wat het u gepraat? Wat was die woorde wat gebruik was as u sê u het gepraat?
Ons het gepraat oor Joshlin, ons gaan niemand sê waar dit Kelly met Joshlin gemaakt heeft.
We are speaking about Joshlin, my lord. Our decision was we're not going to tell anyone as to what Kelly did with Joshlin.
Put to you that
Wie het dit
my client was never in a discussion of that sort.
my cliënt was nie in so 'n gesprek.
Stefano was bij geweest.
Stefano was present, my lord.
Further put to you that you are dragging his name because you are angry that he suspected that Ayanda is involved in the disappearance of Joshlin.
Die rede waarom u vir hom bytrek by hierdie saak is omdat u ontevrede is aangesien hy by Ayanda verdink dat hy betrokke is in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Dat is niet waar, nee.
That's not correct. That's not true, my lord.
Let's go to number 49.
49.
In paragraph number 49,
In paragraaf nummer 49,
you are saying
u sê
Stevino also said that he is okay with the 1,000 that he will get.
Stefano sê hy was tevrede met die 1000 wat hy sou kry.
1,200.
Oh, okay.
In 1200.
I put to you that you are lying.
Stel dit aan u mas u praat leens.
Stevino was never offered any money.
Geen geld was aan Stefano gehou.
Stevino was not present in your meeting.
Stefano was ook nie by gewees.
Stefano was daar gewees en hy het so gesê.
Stefano was there and he didn't say that.
Yes.
Let's go to paragraph 56.
56.
56.
My learned colleague has covered that.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the things are covered by my learned colleague.
Yeah, the microwave stories and the all of that's been covered. In fact, there's not much in dispute that he came there with the items and they tried to sell it, but that was in the afternoon.
Oh, on that part of microwave, my lord, you told this court that
Hy het vir die hof gesê,
on the morning of the 19th,
die oggend van die 19de,
Buddha
Boeta
told you
het vir u gesê
that you must keep Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock.
ons moet jy moet vir Joshlin gereed hou vir 2 uur.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
If what you are saying is true,
As dit wat u sê die waarheid is,
why did you leave Kelly's place before that too?
hoekom het u van Kelly se self gegaan voor 2 uur?
Why did you also allow Stevino and Buddha to go and sell the microwave?
Hoekom het u toegelaat dat Stefano en Boeta die microwave gaan verkoop?
Dat was Stefano's plan geweest om die microwave, het vir Boeta gevra van die microwave, Boeta nie saam omloop met die microwave om te gaan koopie.
It was Stefano's plan to ask Boeta, want Boeta accompany him to go and sell this microwave.
You told this court that you were given a mandate, a duty, that you must make sure that Joshlin is ready by 2 p.m.
U het vir die hof gesê, u was 'n plig gegee. Werk gegee dat hulle Joshlin reg hou vir 2 uur.
As per your evidence, you are the first one who started to leave and
Volgens
go
die
to your
getuienis
home.
is die eerste een wat weg is.
After that, you were standing at the back of your house. You saw Stevino and Mr. Apollis carrying the microwave, going to sell it.
Nadat het die by agter die huis gestaan, u sien of met beskuldig nommer 1 en nommer 2 met die microwave om te gaan verkoop.
My question is, why did you all leave if you were mandated to keep Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock?
My vraag is, hoekom sou julle dan weggaan as julle 'n werk op 'n plig gegee was, 'n mandaat gegee was dat Joshlin moet gereed gehou word vir 2 uur. Hoekom is julle toe weg, maar julle het hierdie plig was gegee aan julle?
Ek is eerste huis toe, Boeta en Stefano was laaste agter gewees.
I the first to leave to my house, Boeta and Stefano was the last.
I won't get an answer from you.
Ek gaan nie een vraag van u, antwoord van u kry nie.
I won't pursue this question.
Ek gaan dit nie verder neem.
Now, you testified that
U het getuig,
you called Buddha
u het
to
daar
call one of his children
dat
to
die een van
check
sy kinders
your children who were sleeping at that time.
om te gaan kyk vir die kinders wat nog geslaap het daai tyd.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg so?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Further testify that you went yourself now to check whether your children
Verder
are.
getuig toe eers toe ook toe u is nog self weg, we gaan kyk vir die kinders.
On your arrival in your house, Joshlin also came.
Toe u by u huis aankom, toe kom Joshlin ook daaraan.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
You told this court that you prepared Joshlin sandwich in your 204. It's food in your evidence in chief. It doesn't make any big difference. You prepared Joshlin food.
U het toe iets gekry op plaas om te eet, pos ete.
Is that correct?
Is dit reg?
That's correct, my lord.
Yes.
And this was Monday.
Dit sou maandag wees.
That's correct.
It was Monday during midday.
Dit was maandag namiddag. Gedurende namiddag.
Dat was voormiddag geweest. En wie toe laat was het geweest. Nee.
Before midday, my lord.
Thank
I
you.
don't know how
That
what the time
time,
was, my lord.
thank you. That time, you already knew that she is wanted for her eyes.
Op daardie tyd het ek al geweet al, sy was gesoek vir haar oë.
Nog niet.
Sy was nodig, not as yet.
In your evidence in chief, it was the last part.
En hoofgetuie was die laaste deel.
You testify that
U het geteken.
these people
Hierdie mense
who wanted Joshlin,
wat vir Joshlin wou gehad het,
they wanted Joshlin for her eyes and for her skin.
hulle het Joshlin benodig vir haar oë en vir haar vel.
Yes.
My Lord, the evidence was specific that it was the Friday of that week that discussion happened in Kelly's house. That was the first time that she saw her. Again there, this discussion happened in the house. It was the Friday.
I'm trying to find.
It was Friday the 23rd of February.
I'm trying to find the place in the evidence. Yeah. Friday the 23rd of February 2024, I spoke to Kelly. I saw Kelly through the window. I called out to her. She said, don't kill me. Prosecutor is correct, Ms. Nkabai. It was that Friday, the 23rd, that happened, and she said it was only her and Kelly inside. And some of the other things that was said is that she knows what she did with Joshlin, but there's somebody that pays her to keep quiet. Use the Afrikaans words directly in inverted commas. Rens, daar is iemand wat haar betaal om stil te bly.
Thank you, my lord.
And that's where the eyes and the skin came in.
I will just quickly rephrase my question. You testify that you prepared food for Joshlin.
U het gesê, of gesê, u het eten vir Joshlin voorberei, gemaak,
Dis korrek.
right?
At the time you were preparing food for her, you have already accepted the offer of 1,000 rand.
Die tyd toe u vir kos maak, of iets om te eten maak, het u klaar hierdie 1,000 rand sou aanvang, van hierdie wat u sou aangebied wat aanvaar.
Dis korrek.
How did you manage to look at her, to even prepare food for her, knowing very well that she's your ticket to 1,000 rand?
Hoe kon u naar kyk, vir kos eten regmaak, waar u wel weet, sy is nie u kaartjie na vir 1,000 rand. Sy is slagoffer vir u vir 1,000 rand.
Ik het gevraagd, maar gaat dit dat doen niet?
I took it the mother wasn't going to do that for her.
I'm not asking about the mother.
Vra nie van die ma nie.
Stop being evasive. I'm asking about you.
Ek vra vir u van jouself.
Ik heb die antwoord. Hè.
I don't have an answer.
With the leave of the court, my lord. I want to hand over the affidavit of like this one.
You now want to go to the statements that we made copies for you.
Yes, yes, my lord. With the leave of the court, my lord, I beg leave to hand in.
Certainly.
A78.
I'm first going to have a judicial peek at the affidavits. I have a concern in the back of my mind, but I first want to see what's in it. Now, if you had a quick look at A6, it was A5, it seems, in the inquiry file, because it has that number as well. Now, I'm not going to mark it yet. My concern is that I just want to have a quick peek at it, because I need to consider whether the minor child needs assistance and or protection when I deal with a statement. So remember, once it's handed in, this is a public document, the court record and the exhibits. So I need to consider, how do I deal with it to protect the minor child? Hence, I'm first looking through it so that I can decide which order I need to make. You're going to go to the Saturday issue. You're going to deal with the Saturday issue in this statement.
Yes, my lord.
That Mr. Arams also dealt with. All right. I had a brief look at it. These are copies. I'm going to admit it as Exhibit Z. And the first one that's marked A6 will be Z1. Second one marked A78 will be marked Z2. for the record. Just before you refer to a specific part of the affidavit in the questioning, just preface it by telling me where you're going, so that I can see whether I need to intervene or not. These two exhibits will not be open to the public until such time that I rule otherwise. So it will be kept in my exhibit file in a separate envelope that will, after every use by myself, it will be stapled close. And I make this order as I believe it's in the best interest of the minor child currently, under the current circumstances, to do that. I might consider, in the event that there are specific applications as to the disclosure, to apply my discretion to first provide the minor child with legal representation before I disclose the affidavits. Obviously, if it goes in appeal, that process will follow. But for now, I'm just going to keep it away from the public eye. Council have seen it. All the role players here could see it. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Is that thank you releasing me from the stand?
I'm sorry?
Is that thank you releasing me from the stand? Or I must still proceed?
Yeah, no, you may proceed, but just when you go to the statement, more particularly the one that we didn't deal with yesterday. For example, there's some personal information given of the minor child, unless it's absolutely necessary that we don't go into unnecessary detail. Currently, we were told that the child is with family members. I suspect it's not in Saldanha. He will definitely be in school. These proceedings are televised and widely publicized, sometimes responsibly, other times not. I have a duty. I have a duty to the minor child to protect the child's rights and the interests. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we don't want any of the issues that get to the school or the school playground that affect the child negatively. So let us just be sensitive about it when we deal with it. I don't know exactly which parts you're going to, so I want to veto you if necessary.
Thank you, my Lord. I think I've covered.
You
the
just
parts.
wanted here for if we need it later.
Yes, my Lord.
Thank you so much. Then I will do the necessary when we adjourn this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Kaba.
Not unless there's something the court wants me to.
No, I
touch on it.
just wanted to check. It's been covered by Mr. Haramso also yesterday. Now, I was thinking about that point. Couldn't help to see that in this affidavit that he made, he also refers to the stock theft, the chicken theft incident, and he puts it on a Saturday. You put it on the Sunday. Are you sure it happened on the Sunday and
That's
not
correct, my
the
Lord.
Saturday? couldn't help to see when I looked at the statement now, and I had a brief look, I could see who took the statement. Because I was thinking about it, either on the weekend or overnight. And it bothered me. It was Captain Lombard that took the statement from him, from Requin.
Sorry, my lord.
It was Captain Lombard
Captain Lombard is the person
that took the statement from Requin. Now, I don't know what evidence is going to come out. I don't know whether they followed up with this stock theft police officer about the Tuesday, the Saturday or the Sunday.
Maybe diefstal van die wonders of het opgevolgd was, wat mondelijk zaterdag op zondag zo plaatsvond.
So I just wanted to check with you whether you might have thought about it and realized that you could have made a mistake.
En ik heb gedink, u moest mondelijk maar rapport gemaakt hebben. Daarom moet ik vragen of u zeker is dat het zondag op de zaterdag was.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Sivnarain. Now we need to adjust the microphone. So we're going to proceed with the cross-examination now on behalf of Kelly. Now, Ms. Lombard, I suspect there will be less questions because a lot of questions were already covered by the other two legal practitioners. Mr. Sivnarain represents Kelly.
Die prokureur wat opstaan is verantwoordig Kelly.
Listen to the question.
U moet luister na die vraag.
If you don't understand, tell us.
As u nie verstaan nie, moet dit ieder vir ons sê.
Don't speculate and tell us what you think. Tell us what you know.
Nie spekuleer of sê wat u van tog nie.
It's important for both yourself and for Mr. Sivnarain's client.
As baie belangrik vir u en vir die kliënt van meneer Sivnarain.
I'm going to remind you again.
Ek gaan vir u weer herinner.
If your evidence is correct,
as u getuienis goed is,
the accused, but particularly Ms. Smith, faces life imprisonment.
Die beskuldigde vernaam juffrou Smith staar lewenslang.
If you don't listen to the questions,
As u luister na die vrae,
and ultimately it affects your credibility,
dit kan ook u gewaardigheid.
It might also affect my decision at the end of the case,
Dit sal ook my besluit sal moet in wille van op die einde van die saak
whether to discharge you from the charges and grant you the indemnity.
of u vrywaring kan kry op hierdie klagtes.
I don't want you to panic about it.
Ek wil hê u moet paniekerig word nie.
Relax,
U moet 'n bietjie ontspan,
listen,
luister,
think.
dink.
If you're tired, tell us. I know the advocates are tired already.
As u moeg is, moet u dit vir ons sê. Ek weet die ander partye advokate is moeg al.
But let's see how best we can manage it.
Ons gaan kyk hoe die beste kan ons met u voortgaan.
We understand each other.
Verstaan nie?
That's great, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Sivnarain.
Thank you, my lord. Before I proceed, may I just approach my client?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted to the court. Ma'am, can you recall when you met accused number 3?
Kan u onthou wanneer u beskuldigde nommer 3 ontmoet het?
Dat was geweest. Ik kan niet specifiek zeggen wat de maand was het geweest, wat de jaren, maar ik weet, ik ken haar als meer dan een jaar.
I won't be able to specifically give you a month or which year, but what I can tell the court, I know her for more than a year.
And you got to know her when you moved to the area where she resided.
Ieder kom leer ken toe in die area en wat kom leer waar sy woonagtig is.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And how would you describe your relationship with accused number 3?
Hoe sal u se verhouding met beskuldigde nommer 3 beskryf?
Dat was alright geweest, ik en sy se verhouding was alright. Zijn vriendschap.
Our friendship and our relationship was good. That's all right.
Maar als tussentijd was het is een keer een strijd onder elkaar.
But now and then we would have misunderstanding amongst ourselves. Quarrel.
You would go to her house on a daily basis.
U sal na huis toe gaan op dagelijkse basis.
Dat is correct. En in de avond zal ik er naartoe gaan.
That's correct. And at night I would go there.
Would you say that the two of you were best friends?
Kan u sê u en sy was goeie vriende, beste vriende?
Niet beste vrienden, my lord, maar ons was vrienden geweest.
Not best as witness says, my lord, but we are friends.
Did you join any other person as much as you joined accused number 3?
Het enige persoon na gegaan as wat u na beskuldigde nommer 3 toe gaan?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
Would you share things with accused number 3? Personal information about yourself?
Sal u persoonlijke inligting van uself met beskuldigde nommer 3 deel?
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's right.
Your relationship, or should I say you trusted her?
U van vertrou?
Dat is correct, my lord.
Yes.
And same, she trusted you.
En sy het vir u vertrou.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Right.
What would happen if, say for instance, either one of you were fortunate enough for some money to end up in one of your hands? What would happen in that process? What would the two of you do?
Can you repeat?
In the event that one of you were fortunate enough to have some money,
Sê byvoorbeeld een van julle sou gelukkig wees om geld te hê.
would you inform Kelly about it as soon as you received any money?
Sal u vir Kelly daarvan meedeel sodra u geld sou kry?
Nee, my lord.
No.
And if Kelly happened to have some money, would she tell you about it?
As sy Kelly enige geld sou hê, sal sy vir u daarvan sê?
Dus ze zal me zeggen, maar niet altijd.
She would tell me, but not always.
Accused number 3 instructs me that the two of you had a very close bond and that you all did most things together.
Beskuldigde nommer 3 se instruksie dat u hulle baie goed oor die weg gekom het, u het meestal goeie saam gedoen.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
I'm also instructed that at any stage, if either one of you had money, you all would spend it together.
Sy verder is die instruksies is dat as enige een van julle sou geld hê, sy of u, julle sou die geld saam spandeer, gebruik.
That's correct, my lord.
I'm instructed that if my client immediately upon receiving money would come to you and it would be shared and you would do the same.
Sy sê verder dat as sy bijvoorbeeld dat gaan som geld kon kry, so sê onmiddellik na u toe kom en dan sou julle dit deel. Sy sou dit doen, u sou dit ook gedoen het.
That's correct, my Lord.
So you all had a very good relationship.
So u het 'n baie goeie verhouding gehad.
Nie inderdaad, maar ons is meestal net dit is 'n goeie relationship gehad met mekaar.
But not always, my Lord, but most of the times we had a good relationship.
And even though you may have had your fallouts, you all always trusted each other.
Alhoewel julle so nou en dan geveggies gehad het julle mekaar vertrou.
That's correct, my Lord.
And in this time that you knew accused number 3, how was she towards you?
Gedurende die tyd wat u beskuldig nommer 3 geken het, hoe was sy teenoor u?
Sy was glimlag met my geweest, sy was gesels met my. Sy was 'n baie vroulike vrou geweest.
Very friendly, she would smile, speak to me, a very friendly lady.
And she was always smiling and friendly with you.
Sy het altyd geglimlag en sy was vriendelik met u geweest.
Nee, my Lord.
No?
Except now for the on and off tips that you had.
Behalwe hierdie
I take it the statement is in general terms.
That is correct, my Lord.
Oor die algemeen was sy so geweest, maar sy het ook haar ups and downs.
in general she was like that, but as witness says in her own words, but she also has her ups and downs.
Yes, and she was always pleasant towards you. She always assisted you with food.
Sy was 'n plesierige ou persoon met u gewees, het altyd vir u gehelp met ete.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's right.
How often would you approach her for food?
Hoeveel keer sou u vir haar vra?
Gereeld.
Hoe gereeld het u vir gevra vir ete?
Daar was baie dit dat ek na huis toe gegaan het en Jan was so dronk geweest en Jan was in my skool wat ek na huis toe gegaan. Dat sy altyd my kinders gegee een vir my om te eet. Ons geef my slaapplek of so.
There were lots of times, my Lord, when I would go to a house for something to eat for me and my kids. Also when Ayanda would be drunk and rude, I would go to a place and sleep over.
And each time you approached her, she was happy to assist you.
Elke keer as u naar toe gaan of haar benader, sal sy help sy vir u.
Dis nog nie altyd dat sy skellig vir my uit, dat sy gaan vir my help.
Not always, because she also sometimes also speak to me or refuse. Then she says she won't help me. She would sometimes swear at me.
But most times she would.
That's correct, my
Meestal van
Lord.
tye moet sy moes sê.
Now, from your evidence,
Vanaf u se getuienis,
each time you tried to converse with accused number 3, she was very rude toward you.
elke keer as u probeer om met beskuldig nommer 3 te praat, was sy baie onbeskof met u gewees. Was sy baie onbeskof met u gewees. Volgens u se getuienis.
Kan u gou weer? Oei.
Can you please say again?
From your evidence,
Volgens u se getuienis,
the impression I gained, and from each time you posed a question or inquired something from accused number 3, she was very rude toward you.
ek kan aanneem volgens die antwoorde dat beskuldig elke keer as sy met beskuldig nommer 3 wil praat, dat sy baie onbeskof met u gewees.
That's correct, my Lord.
Do you know why she was being rude to you?
Weet u waarom sy onbeskof met u was?
Nee, my Lord.
No.
Was it not unusual for you?
Was dit nie ongewoon van u nie, vir u nie?
Dit was gewoon, ek het gewoon geraak aan 'n skellery. Maar seker het sy ernstig ook geraak.
I became used to a swearing. Sometimes I would also become upset.
But she didn't always speak to you like that.
Maar ze heeft toch met u later gepraat.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
So what I'm asking you is, it was not odd for you that she did that on that day.
So, but if we front was ongewoon dat ze... The last part?
Odd that she did that on that day.
Dat ze dit zo goed met op die dag niet.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Can you think of a reason why she was being rude to you?
Kan u dink van 'n rede waarom sy onbeskop met u was?
Soos ek nou al die paar keer saam met hulle na company saam met haar en Bhutan 'n company rest en ons gerook daar, dan
As we would be in a company, myself here and Buddha smoking there,
dan het Bhutan vir my altyd vir my een keer gesê
Buddha said to me once,
dat Kelly is jealous op my,
Kelly is jealous of me.
want sy bedink ek en Bhutan jol.
She suspects that me and Buddha have something on.
Dis die rede hoekom sy so altyd so geskel het as ek aan haar toe gegaan het.
That was the reason she would swear something now and then when I'm going there to a place.
And this is what accused number 1 said to you.
As dat beskuldiging nommer 1 gesê het.
That's correct, my lord.
When did this happen?
Wanneer het dit gebeur?
Dis lang terug, my lord.
Long time back, my lord.
And what did you do upon hearing something like that?
Nadat u dit verneem het, wat het u daarmee gedoen?
Ek het niks gedoen nie. Ek het daarna ek vir Bhutan gevra hoekom bedink Kelly vir my met hom?
I did nothing, my lord. I just asked Buddha as to why would Kelly suspect me to him. Nog iets anders?
En daar was het een dag geweest wat ek en Bhutan en Kelly by Kelly se huis gesit het en gerook het.
There was one day when me, Buddha and Kelly were at their house smoking.
Maar ek het gekom na Kelly toe om te gaan rook want ek het 'n lolly gehad het.
I came to Kelly to have a smoke because I didn't have a lolly.
Toe gee ek Kelly 'n lolly vir my
Then Kelly gave me the lolly.
en ek gooi toe my tik in en ek rook toe.
I put my tip inside the lolly and I smoked.
En ek giet toe Kelly op,
I gave Kelly also.
maar Bhutan was ook daar in die kamer geweest.
Buddha was also in the room.
Toe sê Kelly vir Bhutan,
Then Kelly said to Buddha,
nee maar Bhutan gaan nie kry van die tik nie.
he is not going to get from the tuck.
Toe sê ek vir Kelly, nee maar dit is nie 'n mansmens company nie.
Say,
Dit is nie 'n mansmens company nie.
I said it's not a man's company,
Dit is 'n vroumens company.
it's a woman's company.
Toe Bhutan kwaad geraak,
Buddha became upset, angry.
toe Kelly vir Bhutan uitgeskel
Then she swore at him,
en ek sê te vir Kelly, nee maar ek gaan nie vir Bhutan gee nie, want Bhutan het saam met Nilo gerook.
Then I said, I'm going to give Buddha because Buddha just smoked with Nilo.
Toe sê Kelly vir my,
Then Kelly said to me,
Rens, weet jy wat?
you know what, Rens?
Dis relationship van ek en Bhutan.
This relationship of me and Buddha,
Dit is nie 'n regte relationship nie.
it's not the right relationship.
Dit is 'n tikverhouding
It's a tuck relationship
wat hulle het.
that they had.
Yes, anything else?
En nog iets anders?
En dat ek agterkom daar, dan skel sy en Bhutan.
Then I realized that she would swear at Buddha.
Dan het ek van probeer stop, moenie so skel vir Bhutan nie.
Then I would try to stop her not to swear at him,
En haar
Bhutan.
vanaf dus is weer reis aan mekaar geweest.
After that we became alright again.
She only fought or scolded Buddha. She never said anything to you.
Sy het net geskel op Buddha. Sy het niks vir u gesê.
Sy het vir my so altyd geskel as ek daar by huis gekom het.
She would also scold at me sometimes when I go to her house.
What would you say?
But
What would she say?
Wat sal sy sê?
Dan sê sy vir my, Rens, God, wat is dit nou weer?
Then she would say, Rens, what is it again?
Dan vra ek vir hoekom praat sy so wild met my?
Then I would ask as to why would you speak so wild with me?
Dat is als ik die een wat probeer van zacht, praat ik altijd zacht met haar.
I would speak to her very soft
Dat ze niet moet skelen.
for her not to scold.
Maar ze skelt het verder aan voor mij.
But she carried on scolding me.
Maar ik heb daar gewoon geraakt aan haar skellerij.
I became used to her swearing or scolding.
Did you ever discuss this story or this accusation about you and accused one with accused number 3?
Het u al of het u al ooit oor hierdie kwessie gepraat dat sy van u verdink het beskuldig nommer 1? Het u oor daar gepraat al?
Nee, my lord.
No?
So as far as you are aware, she still believed that to be the truth.
Zover wat u kan onthou, het sy nog gedink dat sy waarheid.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Ma'am, if possible, I'd like you to think back. Can you tell us when accused number 1 told you that?
Kan as het moontlik is, kan u vir of sê wanneer het beskuldige dit van u gesê?
Ik kan niet nou specifiek denken wat de jaar wat het was geweest.
I can't specific think what year it was, my lord.
How long do you know accused number 3 for?
Hoe lang ken u beskuldige nommer 3?
Beschuldigd nummer 3 ken ik meer dan een jaar.
More than a year, my lord.
Is that now until the time that you were arrested or she was arrested, or because it's now almost a year since then, if not more?
As dit tot die tyd toe u gearresteer was, sy gearresteer was en u gearresteer was, van die tyd toe u gearresteer was, is dit nou al jaar.
Dat is nog een jaar. Nee, my lord, die tijd dat ik arresteer is en zij arresteer is toen ken ik al reeds van haar in Verboeta.
When, during our arrest, both of us, my lord, they already knew her and Buta.
But what year did you meet her? Can you remember?
Want watter jaar het u vir ontmoet, kan u onthou?
Ik kan het niet onthouden, maar ik wil nog niet precies nog niet zeggen wat ze jaar het is.
I can't remember, my lord. I don't want to say exactly what year it was.
Maybe we can go back to.
My lord, I can ask a different question. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll still get what I want, my lord. This story that accused number 1 told you,
Hierdie storie wat beskuldige nommer 1 vir u toe vertel het.
could it have been a year before your arrest?
Kon dit 'n jaar wees voordat u gearresteer was?
Dat is correct, my lord.
So, for about a year or possibly a year, accused number 3 suspected you of having an affair with accused number 1.
Vir 'n tydperk so meer as 'n jaar. Sê u beskuldige nommer 3 het u verdink dat u 'n verhouding met beskuldige nommer 1 het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
And that's the reason why she used to be rude towards you.
Dit was die rede waarom sy so beskof so dan met u was.
Ik kan niet zeggen dat is de reden niet, my lord, want sometimes als ik bij iets kom, dan skelt ze dat weet ik, maar toen niet waar hoe ze skellen.
I won't say that would be the reason, because sometimes when I arrive at her house, she would be scolding. I wouldn't know what the reason was for it, then scolding.
But you agree with me that if she suspected you of having an affair with her boyfriend, she would be upset about it.
Maar dit stem u saam met my, as sy nou verdink dat u 'n verhouding met haar kerel het, dan moet sy ontevrede daaroor wees.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Did she ever fight with Buddha about that?
Het sy ooit gebaklei word dit daaroor.
Ik kan niet, ik weet niet of ze al bekleed op Boeta wordt dat ding.
I don't know whether did she fight with Buddha over that, man.
Did Buddha ever tell you that she fought with him about it?
Het hy al vir u gesê dat hulle daaroor beklei het?
So, this woman who suspects you of having an affair with a boyfriend would still be happy, smile, pleasant towards you, and assist you with food for your family and your children.
Hierdie dame wat u verdink dat u 'n verhouding met haar kerel het, is 'n persoon wat u weer sal help, glimlag as u iets te eten nodig het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, what do you know about the relationship between accused 3 and accused number 1?
Wat ek ken is dat u die verhouding tussen beskuldige nommer 1 en beskuldige nommer 3.
Soos ek daar die partyd saamgekom het al aan die pad al,
For
kan
the
ek,
times when I met up with them,
het hulle stree gehad,
they would have their misunderstandings.
en er was in die ander tyd dat hulle weer alright saam met mekaar gewees.
Sometimes they would be fine to each other,
Maar meestal van die tyd wat ek nou waar gewees het saam met hulle,
but most of the times when I was there with them,
het hulle so gestree en geskel vir mekaar.
they would quarrel and then swearing at each other
En dat was altyd voor die kinders gewees ook.
in front of the kids sometimes.
When you say that they would always be doing this, how often was it on a daily basis? What would you say?
Hoe gereeld sou dit plaasvind? Was dagliks of hoe?
Soos ek altyd gesien het, was hierdie dag gewees, was baie min wyne wat hulle in die aand gestree het.
It would be during the day, my lord. It was quite very less that they would have a quarrel at night.
So you used to go there during the day as well?
U sal ook gedurende die dag daarheen gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you just pause for a moment? And with this, because you know of these quarrels they had during the day, so you would be there when they have these quarrels.
Aangesien u kennis raak van hierdie gestrei wat ons so het deur die dag, sal u daar wees as hulle gedurende die dag so.
As hulle so stree, dan as ek in die dag daar so.
When they would have this quarrel, my lord, quarrels, I would be there during the day.
Maar nie, ja, ek tyd as ek daar ben, is hulle skel.
But not every time when I'm there that they have a quarrel.
Do you think the quarrels was because of your presence?
Dink u hierdie gestrei sou wees terwyl van die teenwoordigheid?
Ek weet nou nie, my lord.
I don't know, my lord.
Yes, Mrs.
Ma'am, before I proceed with accused 1 and 3, you having such a relationship with accused number 3 at that time, did you not feel it was necessary for you to rectify the situation with her?
Aangesien u oor die weg gekom het beskuldige nommer 1 en 3, het u nie gedink op daardie stadium om hierdie ding reg te stel?
Ek het van nee, ek gaan nie van vergaan nie, want ek gaan nie van kop toe vat nie, want ek weet hoe feit dit is so nie.
I decided I'm not going to ask her, I'm not going to take this up with her, because I know that is not true.
So you would rather just let her believe something that's untrue?
U laat haar maar glo vir iets wat nie waar is.
That's correct, my lord.
That's right.
Now, you say you were present during these arguments between accused 1 and 3. What would they argue about?
U sou sê dat u by hulle sou wees as hulle so stry. Wat sal hulle oor stry?
Soos ek gesê het, ek was altyd daar by Kelle gewees, dan Kelle miskien vir Boeta gevra om iets te doen, nou wil Boeta nou nie te doen vir haar nie, dan is Boeta haastig na die vriende toe.
As I said, my lord, I would always be there, but for example, if Kelly asked Buddha to do something for her, and he refuses, and then he would be in a hurry to go to friends.
En as hy gewerk het,
As hy gewerk het.
as sy gewerk het.
And when she's at work,
En sy kom huis toe en sy het geld,
and she comes home and she's got money,
dan moet sy haar hele geld vat en iets koop vir die huis en dan moet sy nou van die ander geld nou kyk wat gaan sy nou maak met die ander geld.
She would take the money to buy something which is short in the house and see as to what will she do with the other money.
Maar as Boeta,
If Buddha
doen er werk bij iemand zijn huis,
does a job maybe someone's house,
dan zal Boeta niet denken om iets te koop voor de huis niet.
he wouldn't think of buying anything for the house.
Dat is wat Kelly ook al die zo schelen voor Boeta.
That was the times when Kelly would also scold at Buddha.
What work do you know accused one to have been doing that time?
Watter werk wat ek van kennis wat beskuldig nommer 1 so gedoen het gedurende hy tyd.
Hij heeft van Ayanda gejaagd kawas.
He assisted Ayana at the car wash.
En het is zo altijd die mensen waarvan vrouw misschien die jaarten toe te maken, dan zal hij misschien ook dat doen.
Then when someone asked him to fence the person's yard, and then he would do that.
I sure accused number 1 assisted Ayanda at the car wash.
As is seker dat beskuldig nommer 1 vir Ayana gehelp het met die car wash.
Boeta heeft van Ayanda gejaagd, en Kelly heeft ook altijd van Ayanda gejaagd.
Buddha assisted Ayanda and Kelly also assisted Ayanda sometime.
And these fights, they used to have them from the time you met them.
Die gestrere so plaas in die tyd toe u hulle ontmoet het.
Dat is correct, mijn lord.
And how did you feel being present during all these fights?
Hoe het u gevoel as u teenwoordig is gedurende die gevegte of die gestryery?
Voor mij was het niet lekker geweest, nie.
It wasn't nice to me,
But you still went there every day.
maar u is toch daar gewees elke dag.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now, ma'am, you say on Sunday, the 18th of February 2024, it was just around 9 o'clock that you went to accused three's home.
He said it was a Saturday. You said a Saturday,
Sunday.
the Sunday. He said Sondag die 19de was in na beskuldig nommer.
Nee. Sondag die 18de.
Sondag die 18de is in na beskuldig nommer 3 se huis toe.
Dat is correct.
Yes.
And just repeat the time because that wasn't.
Around 9 a.m.
9 uur die oggend is hy na beskuldig nommer 3 se huis toe.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Oh, before I get to that, ma'am, I just want to deal with another aspect. You told the court that the confession or the statement where you spoke to the lady with the grey hair and you explained to her what you knew.
U het vir hom gesê u het 'n bekentenis gegee in verband met die Tribunal 4 verklaring waar u aan die dame.
You recall that?
En nou u
Die vrouw meneer Grijzaren.
With the white or the grey hair, the lady you made a statement to.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Now, you also told us that there were mistakes in there.
u het ook gesê daar was foute.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Mr. Sivnarain, I know we're not going to finish with you today, even if we sit till 7 o'clock. So, can we add another half an hour till 15:30? It'll give us an extra hour for the day that we've made up.
My Lord, in fact, I am getting to another aspect. In fact, it would be...
Because, no, I don't want to interrupt you. I can see where you're going.
Yes, ma'am.
But maybe Are you going to go to that statement now? And the absence of certain people's names, etc.
Yes, my lord, but
I don't want to take the adjournment now. I thought I will go on till 15:30, unless, of course, you're going to a totally new aspect. But maybe try and finalize this, and then maybe we should start half an hour earlier tomorrow, 8:30, if that suits the parties. So that we can finish this witness by 11, round about there, so we can go on with the next leg.
My lord, I intend just dealing with a few aspects regarding the confession, and then I was going to get on to the events of the 18th and the 204. So I can just deal with the confession, my lord, and then we can leave the balance.
We deal with the confession part, and then we let the other two stand over. Let's make it 8:45, because I know some of our staff first have to get their breakfast and their lunch from the accommodation. We start a quarter of an hour, and we try and steal another few minutes at lunchtime, so that if we go into what was planned, we now have both interpreters hopefully tomorrow available. So we have to double up, then we can do that better. And hopefully by Friday we could be through that process that we envisaged. Yes, we're going to push. And of course I've agreed with council that we're going to take Monday then to do all the arrangements to reschedule your cases and so forth, and we will start on Tuesday. So I'm just planning. I want to get to the end of the state's case at least by end of next week. And hopefully we can be end of the evidence by when the 2 weeks are up. Let's see what we can do. But we're going to steal a few minutes here or there every day. I'll take it off your time. Yes, thank you, Mr. Silvernair.
Thank you, my lord. Now, ma'am, you told us that there were a few reasons as to why whatever was contained in your statement that you made to the lady with the white or grey hair is not reliable. Do you agree?
Can you repeat that again?
You gave us 2 reasons as to why the statement you made to the lady with the white hair is not reliable.
Je het 2 redes aan jou afgevoer in verband met die verklaring wat jy aan die vrou met die padare gegee het dat dit nie geloofwaardig is nie.
That's correct, my lord.
And those 2 were that, firstly, you did not trust the lady who was recording your statement.
Eerste rede was gewees, jy was nie, jy het nie die persoon vertrou wat die verklaring geneem het nie.
That's correct.
And the second one was that you were under the influence.
En die tweede rede is dat jy onder invloed was.
That's correct, my lord.
And you were then questioned, and it was confirmed that you had only taken or consumed any drugs maybe 2 or 3 days prior to that day.
Jy was toe vraag gevra en het uitgekom dat jy 2-3 dae voor dit bedelings gebruik het.
That's correct.
Are both those reasons correct?
Is beide hierdie redes reg?
That's correct, my lord.
Is there any other reason why there may be errors or mistakes in that statement of yours?
Is daar enige ander rede wat jy kan gee in verband met die foute op hierdie verklaring van u?
Nee, my lord.
No.
Did you forget anything when you were making that statement?
Toe u die verklaring gegee het enige iets vergeet?
Kan je weer neergeroepen met zes alsjeblieft?
Can you tell that me again?
That statement that I'm referring to now, did you
Verklaring wat ek
forget
nou nog
anything?
verwys.
My lord, kan ik er nog een beetje aanstaan en mijn kop vol een beetje duizelig?
You want to finish this point?
My Lord, it's fine. We can stop here. I can proceed tomorrow.
But I know where you're going. I think I know where you're going.
Yes, my Lord. There may be more to it afterwards, depending.
And do you want the witness to have the time overnight to think about it? Or do you want to finish the cross-examination on that point? The witness can be excused for a while to take a breath, have a glass of water.
U kan 'n breekie vat.
Let's take a few minutes for the witness, but let's...
Your Worship, my Lord, I beg your pardon.
It's up to you, Mr. Sevenerijn, but I know what's in that statement. I've read it.
My Lord,
I
perhaps
also
you can...
know what's not there. And I suspect I know where you're going. And it's not the first time, when it came to crunch time, that the witness became unwell. So I'm going to ask the medics here, ask to have a look at the witness, see what her condition is. If we can come back, we're going to come back.
My Lord, perhaps you can just answer this question. And
I don't know, and I don't want to draw conclusions either. But I'm not going to have my court time being manipulated. Not by counsel, not by witnesses, by nobody. So I'm going to give an opportunity for the witness, because I actually have Exhibit R open in front of me. The moment you started going there, I knew you were going to go for the jugular before the end of the day. So let's see what the situation is. Did you get a message? This one.
Wrong. People are running.
– 8:45 tomorrow morning then. Are both of the witness preparation officers in there now?
No, it's the court preparation officer and it's the interpreter, Ms. Polani, and the registrar, I'm told. I didn't see the registrar. My colleague says the
no,
registrar.
I saw my
also.
registrar also running that way. Counsel for the defense can unfortunately not speak to the witness. But I will speak to the witness in the morning. If by this evening you determine that the witness is unable to be here tomorrow, then we will proceed with other witnesses. So I was told that we might go into trials within trials as from tomorrow. The council must prepare on that. I think it only affects 2 of the accused, as was indicated. Mr. Sevenerijn will then have a bit of a rest, so that we can start with that. I suspect now, Ms. Swanepoel, seeing that I've got a bit of time, I suspect from the cross-examination earlier that there might be medical evidence or at least J88s. So you can discuss when we go into the trials within trials, because Ms. Nkabai was going to use a J88 of accused number 2, and I stopped her, so now I know it's there. But I also know that if it's doctors from the state hospital, the time is tight, so that we plan around that.
My Lord, I was actually, whilst the court is now raising that issue, we did receive email communication that all of the doctors involved in this matter are outside of the country even. So I was hoping that we could resort to 212 and 213.
No. There's nothing that I'm aware of that prevent you taking a witness's evidence virtually. You cannot have a virtual trial of an accused in a criminal court subject to how you interpret the in the presence of. But having a witness testify virtually, there's nothing wrong with it. So if that's the case, alert my registrar to when and how you plan. We will then create the invite on Teams, create the link, and we'll do a hybrid in call. And now we know we can project the image of the laptop onto the screen over there, and I can have my laptop here on the bench, and all of you can have your laptops open, and we can all follow the evidence. So it's not a train smash. But I don't want to be told, now that we've done all the legwork since last night, and me telling counsel, but unfortunately you've cancelled this, that, and the following, that we can then have a delay, because everybody's been inconvenienced, including myself. And so let's do that. Accused number 1, Mr. Polis, Mr. Van Rijn, Malmesbury Correctional Centre, and Ms. Smith. Lombaard, I really wanted to push in the afternoon, but unfortunately we cannot go on without a witness. Prepare yourself for longer hours in the days coming. Bring it up. The court will adjourn.